Day. Again, take some time right now to reflect on the video that we just watched and to come up with some questions for our panel, to read their bios, to peruse the website, to take some coffee, to eat some food, to mingle. This is some time that we have, so use it.
Well, this is a powerful day, and that video is still kind of with me, and I think that what I love about this whole event that we're doing is that it's not just about one iteration of violence, but we framed it as a conversation for peace in Winnipeg. And so it's hard to talk about gangs without talking about history, right? What happened to the indigenous people here. It's hard to talk about gun violence or knife violence separate from the world's violence. And it's no coincidence that the poppies are in front of me, right? And that we're remembering also the lives that have been lost in war and conflict. And I thought it appropriate to remember this as Veterans Day, but sometimes it can be a celebration of war rather than a lament and a grief over the lives that have been lost. So this little piece I want to begin with was written by a veteran, a military soldier who reflected on his time and wrote this piece as a veteran of war. And his name is George Mitso. You, my church, told me it was wrong to kill, except in war. You, my teachers, told me it was wrong to kill, except in war. You, my father and my mother, you told me it was wrong to kill, except in war. You, my government, told me it was wrong to kill, except in war. But now I know you were wrong. And now I tell you, my church, my teachers, my father, my mother, my friends, my government, it is not wrong to kill except in war. It is wrong to kill. It is wrong to kill. Amen. Martin Luther King was one of those voices that consistently spoke and stood for peace. He actually connected the violence on our streets with the violence of our government and our wars. He began to realize that we're telling kids in the streets, don't use violence to solve your problems. Don't turn to rioting. Don't try to take out a weapon. And he said, but the young people began to ask us, why does our government turn to violence to try to bring change in the world? And Dr. King said, I knew that I could no longer tell the kids that they should not use violence if we don't speak out against the violence of our government. We have to be a voice for peace in every aspect of our world. Dr. King at one point was even a gun owner. But he began to realize that we can't fight violence on its own terms. He said, hatred will not drive out hatred. Violence cannot drive out violence. We cannot use the weapons of war to bring about peace. And he got rid of his gun. He said, hatred is too heavy a burden to bear. And Dr. King said, we've got to choose love. It's that love that is very countercultural to the world that we live in, whether it's the streets of Winnipeg or the war in Afghanistan or Iraq, where our kind of knee-jerk reaction is to respond to violence on its own terms. And so one of the most memorized and well-known verses of the Bible in the entire world is an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. It's hundreds of years old, thousands of years old. This way of thinking about justice. And it's the old language for it is lex talionis. That's what you learn if you go to seminary, right? That lex talionis is where we get the idea of retaliation. And it was a framework for thinking about justice that allowed you to do reciprocal harm. You could harm a person, but only as much as they harmed you. So we might be better to say an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, but no more. The idea of it was that it would stop the spiral of violence, right? We all know how violence works. You hurt me, I hurt you, maybe a little more. You know, you threaten my family, then we'll burn down your house, and the violence escalates, you know. And so lex talionis was meant not as a license for revenge, but as a limit to the retaliation that could happen, right? So if you poked out my eye, I could poke out your eye, but I couldn't poke out both of your eyes. That was actually a violation of this way of thinking of justice, right? If you broke my arm, I could break your arm, but I couldn't break both of your arms. It set a limit to it, right? But then Jesus, come on, somebody say, but then Jesus, right? Jesus comes, and isn't it interesting that Jesus said, you have heard it said. Moses told you this. You know the idea, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But I tell you this, Jesus said. And Jesus shows us a way that we are to live in a violent world without emulating, without imitating. This was not a contradiction. As the scripture says, Jesus didn't come to abolish the law, but to fulfill the law, right? So stopping the spiral of violence was a good place to start. But saying we're not even going to turn to violence. We may have a legal right to return harm for harm, but that's not the best that we can do, right? So Jesus shows us a way that we can respond to violence, but not on its own terms. We can transcend. We can take a more beautiful path than returning harm for harm. And as Gandhi and Dr. King said, the eye for an eye thing, it leaves the whole world blind. And maybe with dentures if you take out the teeth too, right? This whole spiral of violence, like if we return violence for violence, we leave the whole world harmed. We leave the whole world blind. And so that's our knee-jerk reaction so much of the time is, if you hurt me, I'm going to hurt you back. And yet we tell our kids 2 wrongs don't make a right. But then they see our governments do it, right? They see so much of our culture do it. I remember in our country right after September 11th, after the buildings were attacked in New York City and D.C., the Twin Towers, the planes ran into those buildings. 3,000 people lost their lives. And it brought out some of the best of us and some of the worst of us. I can remember many people responding to the hatred and the violence of 9/11, and everybody's trying to figure out what to do. And one of the things that happened in Philadelphia is someone dropped a banner from City Hall, from our government building. They dropped a banner that said, "Let's kill them all and let God sort them out." So there were those terrible expressions of people's grief and anger, righteous anger, but it expressed itself in some very unrighteous ways, right? And then there were other voices that I began to encounter, and some of those were the victims of 9/11. These were families that lost their moms and dads, families that lost their spouses and their children. They got together as a support group to grieve, to support each other through their trauma and their grief. But then as they began to hear the war drums and they began to see the response of the war in Afghanistan and Iraq, they became a force for peace. They said, please do not declare war in the name of our loved ones. They cried out, please don't go to war in Iraq and Afghanistan. And they went on delegations to meet families in Iraq and Afghanistan so that they could humanize one another. They brought gifts back from families in Afghanistan and Iraq to the families who lost their loved ones in New York and D.C. And that stuff began to look like the things that heal the wounds of violence rather than creating new wounds. And I got a call asking me if I would go on a delegation to Iraq. And this was after the war had begun. And I said, I think I need to pray about that, and I need to talk to my mom. And so we talked about it, we prayed about it, and I ended up going to Iraq on a delegation we had veterans of war, we had pastors, we had medical folks, nurses and doctors, and we went to Iraq at the time that the war was just beginning. I lived in Baghdad, and at the time, the United States and coalition forces began to drop bombs on Baghdad. 900 bombs a day, many days. And we lived in Baghdad through that. We were volunteering in the hospitals. We were seeing some of the hardest things that I've ever seen in my life. But what I want to share with you today is that even in the middle of the darkness, the light shines, right? Even in the middle of that pain and the most horrific things I've ever seen, we saw this hope that things can be different, right? We hung out with young people like some of you all right here today at Freedom International School. I remember being with this one little girl who was 12 years old, and it was her birthday. And we decided it doesn't matter if you're in the middle of a war, you got to have a birthday party, right? So we threw a birthday party for Amal, and her name in Arabic means hope. And this young woman, on the eve of her 13th birthday, we're throwing this party, and we blew up balloons, and we're batting them around. We played a bunch of games, and we did some dances together that weren't quite as nice as what we saw this morning, but they were all right, and we throwing a birthday party, and then the bombs began to fall. We had a birthday cake, and the table shaking from the bombs, and all the adults, we're like, all right, we better get inside. We better get out of here. And the kids who, unfortunately, had become all too acquainted with bombs, they knew that the party cannot stop. And they looked at us and they said, no. They said, we got to keep the party going. She didn't even blow out the candles yet. We haven't even sung happy birthday yet. So one of them hit me in the head with a balloon, and we kept the party going, right? But it was this kind of not naive childishness, but it was this sense that, like, you don't stop partying even in a war. Our laughter is more powerful than the bombs. And they began to yell at the planes going overhead. They said, Salam! Salam! Peace, peace. And as Amal blew out her birthday candles, we asked her what she wanted for her birthday. And as a 13-year-old in the middle of a bombing, she said very naturally, I want peace. I want the end of the war and the bombs. But then, with the smile of a 13-year-old, she looked up and she goes, but if one night, while no one was in my high school, if one of the bombs hit it and we got a little time off from school, that'd be all right too, Amal, that hope, that childlike hope, right, that we saw everywhere we went. We saw these young people who had dreams of a world that was free of violence. One of my other memories in Iraq was we went to a worship service, right, in the middle of the war there, and it was so packed with people that you couldn't even get in. They were flowing into the streets, and people were holding candles outside. But this worship service began, and we started praying for peace. And the bishops from all different Christian denominations got up, and they read a statement that they had written that was addressed to Muslims. And these Christian bishops and clergy, they said, we want you to know today that we love you. And we know that you are made in the image of God. We come from the same dysfunctional family of Abraham and Sarah. We are family, and we've got to stop trying to kill each other's children to bring peace in this world. And then one of the bishops pointed to the cross and said, this cross doesn't make any sense to the wisdom of this world, right? He's quoting scripture. He said, but this cross shows us the narrow way that leads to life. It shows us the way to life in a world so full of violence. And on the cross, we see Jesus saying, even to those who are trying to hurt him, forgive them, for they don't know what they are doing. That's our Savior, right? And then the whole place started to sing Amazing Grace in Arabic, right? They're singing in Arabic, and I'm hearing it, and I'm shook, because I don't know my Arabic well, but I know the tune, and they're singing, Amazing Grace, and then I start crying, and I came up to one of the bishops, and I'm talking, really fast, and I was excited. I got the spirit, going, and I was like, Bishop, this is amazing. I had no idea that there's so many Christians in Iraq. This is so powerful. And he stopped me in my tracks, and he goes, yeah, this is where Christianity started. And he said, you didn't invent Christianity in North America. You guys just domesticated it. And then he said, you go back and you tell the church in North America that we are praying for them. We're praying for them to remember who they are. We're praying for them to be a force for love in the middle of a world so full of war. We're praying for them to preach what Jesus preached, which is, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. There is another way. And I came away from that, that bishop's words kind of echoing in my soul. And he pointed down the road, outside the window. He said, that's the Tigris River and the Euphrates River. Have you heard of them? Right? He goes, the Garden of Eden. It's right down the street. Like, this is the land of your ancestors. And then as I was leaving Iraq, a group of us began to leave. We went through this really treacherous journey through the desert, right, from Baghdad to Amman, Jordan. And y'all, as we're going through the desert, the bombs are still falling, the bridges are down, cars are on fire, and we hit something in the road, and it popped the tire of our car. Our car went off the road, and it flipped over. All of us were injured. A couple of my friends were injured really badly in the car accident, and the car's on its side, so we managed to climb out. We're sitting on the side of the road, and we just started praying. I mean, there's nothing. We're in the middle of the desert. You can't call 911, right? And we're just praying. And then we see the first car way off in the horizon. It gets closer, and it gets bigger and bigger as it comes, and it pulls off, and it sees all of us. And these Iraqi men jump out of the car, and they embrace us. Right? And they begin to rescue us from this accident. They take us into a little town nearby called Arutba. It's a little town in the Anbar province that has been so plagued by violence on all sides and all fronts. And this little town, they drove us to the hospital, right? And the hospital had just been bombed. They said one of the bombs hit the children's ward of their hospital. These are stories we didn't even hear about in the news, right? But we saw them because we were there. And these doctors said the whole hospital is closed. And they can tell one of my friends is going into shock. And they said, but don't worry, we will still take care of you. We just are explaining we can't do it in the hospital. And they set up a little shanty clinic with a bed for each of us. And they began to kind of nurse us back to bandage our wounds. And I was one of the least injured. I had a separated shoulder, and so I was able to move around a little bit. And I came up to the doctor as he's saving my friend's life, and I said, thank you. And he said, when we saw you, we didn't see Americans or Christians or white folks or whatever. We just saw our own flesh and blood. And he said, we hope you would do the same thing for us if you found us on the side of the road in your country. Eventually, we got all our money together, and we tried to give it to the manager of the hospital, and we said, we want to say thank you. And the manager goes, then say thank you. He said, we don't want your money. Keep your money. All that we want you to know is that we love you. And we were so moved by that as we got back to the U.S., we started a community named after that town, Rutba House, after the town of Rutba, and we've always wanted to go back. It's not real easy to travel from the U.S. to Iraq, right? But we eventually worked through all the logistics, and we went back to that little town a few years ago. And as we went back into this little town, like, they had found the doctors that had saved our lives. They brought the mayor in, they brought the sheikh, all of the town leaders, and they welcomed us into the town. And one of them said to me, you got to understand, we don't get a lot of visitors, so this is exciting. And he said, there are a few people who might want to kill you. And he goes, but there's not many of them. And then he said, we're going to take care of you. And they slept by our beds with AK-47s. And I'm like, this doesn't fit into my theology, but we are so grateful for your hospitality. And they began to tell the story of when they saw us. And the mayor heard this story. And he said, this is the stuff that changes the world, right? This is what heals the wounds of violence, is friendships and relationships. And he said, we need a partnership in the United States. We need a sister city that we can be in touch with. And so I was like, Philadelphia, you know. And he goes, no. Philadelphia is a big city. We need a little town because we're a little town. And then he got a translator, and the translator said, the mayor said he's only been to one little town in the United States, and it's down in North Carolina. It's a town called Durham, and that's where Rootba House is, right? So I'm like, woo, this is a Holy Spirit moment. I said, Mayor, we have a community committed to peace and to nonviolence in Durham, North Carolina, and it's called Rootba House, named after the love we found in your town. And the mayor goes, then it's done. Right? And he goes, we're going to have a community that we start in Rootba, Iraq, and we're going to call it Durham House. And we're going to build friendships like this that heal the wounds of violence and don't perpetuate the cycles of violence in the world. I say all that to say, when we stand up for peace, it goes against the grain of almost everything we see in the world, so much that we hear, and even sometimes from our church, from our family, from our teachers, as the veteran said, not here at Freedom School, but like we teach violence in so many different forms. And so we've got to unlearn violence. We've got to proclaim, as Dr. Martin Luther King said, that love is the most powerful force in the world. And no matter what they do to you, no matter how much they hate you, you wear them down with your love, right? And Dr. King said, you can put us in jail and we will still love you. You can burn down our houses and we will still love you. You can threaten the lives of our children and we will still love you, but we will wear you down by our love because we know that you are made in the image of God. No matter how much your hatred or fear tends to cover that up, we know better that somewhere inside of you, even as you hate us, there is something of God in you. And that's why, as Desmond Tutu says, we always leave room for God to heal not only the oppressed, but also the oppressors. God is healing not only the victims of violence, but also the victimizers. And inside of all of us, there's a mixture, right? Martin Luther said, there's a sinner and a saint that are at war within every single human being. And every day we get to choose who we are going to be. And I think this week what we are trying to encourage each other to do, what we're trying to do every week, is encourage each other to choose love, to choose Jesus, to choose that path that leads to life. And these are wild times that we live in, right? That it's been said that these are extreme times, and the question is not whether or not we will be extremists, but what kind of extremists we will be. Will we be extremists for love or for hatred? And so as we have this conversation for peace in Winnipeg, let's remember that love is the most powerful force in the world, and it has the power to heal both those who have been hated and those who continue to hate. I want to close with this little song that, as we were leaving Iraq, we heard the kids singing it, right? And some of the young people heard this yesterday because the history of this song, We Shall Overcome, is that it was a powerful song in the civil rights movement, the movement for freedom and liberation and equality for folks in the U.S. But then I went to India and I heard kids singing it in a remote village in Bengali. They spoke Bengali, but they sang We Shall Overcome. I learned it among homeless families who were singing together, We Shall Overcome. And then we went to Iraq in the middle of the war, and we heard these kids singing, We Shall Overcome, in Arabic. So these are their words.
نحن نمشي يدا بيد نحن نمشي يدا بيد نحن نمشي يدا بيد اليوم في أعماق قلبي أنا أؤمن نحن نمشي يدا بيد اليوم نحن لسنا خائفين نحن لسنا خائفين نحن لسنا خائفين اليوم في أعماق قلبي أنا أؤمن نحن لسنا خائفين اليوم We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday.
Amen. May it be so.
Thank you, Shane, for those powerful words. And because we're here in the west end of Winnipeg, a lot of what was shown on that video is part of our reality. And it's a real privilege for me to share these next few minutes with you. God has an amazing sense of humor. I was born in Germany. My dad was conscripted into the German army. And in about 1990, 1991, I was pastor of a small village in New Brunswick. And one evening, a couple of men came and knocked on my door and said, "Can we talk to you?" And I said, "Of course." And they sat down and we chatted for a minute. They introduced themselves. They were members of the local Royal Canadian Legion branch. And they said, "Will you be our chaplain, our padre?" And I was quiet for a while, and I said, "You need to understand that I'm German and my dad fought on the other side." And they said, "That doesn't matter. Because part of what we want is we want to make sure that kind of war never happens again." And for the next more than a dozen years, I had the privilege of sitting with these men, and they didn't talk much about war, but they talked a lot about how can we teach our young people that war is not the answer. And so this morning, I'm delighted to have these few minutes with you. It's exactly 100 years ago today that poppies were worn for the first time to be the symbol of remembrance of the Canadian soldiers killed in World War I. And over the years, it's become adopted as the symbol of remembrance. And today, in the days leading up to Remembrance Day on November the 11th, you will often see people wearing a poppy. And I brought them for all of us to wear this morning because the poppy is a symbol to help us remember those who lost their lives in war, in peacekeeping around the world. The reason the poppy was used or became used was that's the first flower that grew on the fields that were decimated during World War I. Was the first flower that grew on those muddy, bloody fields. And in Canada, poppies have become a symbol of remembering not just those who gave their lives in World War I, but all of those who have died on behalf of their country, both in war and peacekeeping. It was a poem written during World War I that made the poppy famous and led to it being adopted as the symbol for the sacrifice in times of war and unrest. John McCrae wrote this poem shortly after he buried his best friend. And listen to the images in this short, simple poem. It's called In Flanders Fields. In Flanders Fields, the poppies blow between the crosses, row on row, that mark our place. And in the sky, the larks, still bravely singing, fly, scarce heard amid the guns below. We are the dead. Short days ago we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders fields. Take up our quarrel with the foe. To you, from failing hands we throw the torch. Be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow in Flanders fields. Those powerful images remind us why we wear the poppy. Short days ago we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow. Loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders fields. But there's another symbol that I believe the poppy helps us to remember. It helps us to remember that because of Jesus Christ, we have hope. Because a relationship with Jesus Christ changes hearts. And a changed heart changes a family. And a changed family changes a community. And a changed community changes a city. In Isaiah chapter 2 and verse 4, this is God's promise that gives us hope. The Lord will meditate between nations and will settle international disputes. They will hammer their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nations will no longer fight against nation, nor train for war anymore. And what if we take that promise into the streets of our city? But until that happens, we stop. We remember and pray for peace. Peace in our hearts, peace in our homes, and peace in our country. Here in Canada and in other places, there's an important part of Remembrance Day, which helps us remember those who gave our lives so that our freedoms are guaranteed. It's 2 minutes of silence. But just before that 2 minutes of silence, a lone bugle plays a lament that Would you stand as we observe 2 minutes of silence? They shall grow not old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. We will remember them. Father, thank you that there were men and women who were willing to give their lives for our freedoms. Lord, may we never take those freedoms for granted. Recognize the price that was paid for them. And Lord, thank you for the price that you paid, that we could have peace in our hearts, peace in our homes, and peace in our community. This, Lord, we pray in your name. Amen. You may wonder, you can be seated now for just a moment. You may wonder, what do I do with my poppy after the service today? There's a couple of things you can do. A tradition is these wreaths are often placed by families who have lost someone during the war, and at the end of the Remembrance Day service, you can take your poppy and put it on the wreath as a promise to remember and a promise to pray for peace. The other thing you can do is put it somewhere in your locker, somewhere prominent, that every time you see it, you just say a quick prayer. Lord, please help me be part of bringing peace. But just as we close this part, as that video so vividly demonstrated, that there's a different but just as deadly war being fought in our streets. So far this year in Winnipeg, 35 people have lost their lives to violence. And you add to that more than a dozen in the rest of our province. as we spend a few more minutes reflecting and praying, let me read something a friend of mine wrote. He called it quiet. The world lately seems so angry about everything. I'm not getting my way. I'm not getting my rights. I don't have what I want. I hate that person, or I hate what they do. How can I destroy them? How can I destroy their reputation? That will make me feel better. But will it? Will it really? Is this not the recipe for war? Not an ideology, not a desire to destroy people, things, and places. Did it not start with a me? Amidst an angry world, maybe this week, I want to take a minute. No, I'll take 2. 2 minutes to be silent. 2 minutes to listen, to give respect, to be grateful. I have life. I have freedom. Don't let me waste it, God. Its price is too great. I want to be quiet. God, help me be quiet. Let's take another couple of minutes just to be quiet this morning. And in that quiet time, pray for peace. Peace in your heart, peace for your family, peace for our city, our province, our country, and our world. Let's be quiet as we pray for the peace of our city. Father, I pray that you hear the prayers of your people. We had a police chief by the name of Devin Clunas who got mocked because he made the statement that one of the most powerful weapons against violence in our city is prayer. If you look at the statistics over the years, typically, Winnipeg has around 40 homicides each year, maybe a few more, maybe a few less. But after Chief Clunas said that, if you look at 2015, there were 15 homicides in Winnipeg. Haven't been that low before or since. I wonder if it was prayer that made a difference and will continue to do so. As I close this part, take this promise from God's word with you. You will keep in perfect peace all who trust in you, all whose thoughts are fixed on you, Lord. Lord, make it so. Amen.
I was just going to invite all the panel members, if you want to come up to the front now. And I think you were shown a little picture of what spot you're going to sit in, correct? You know where you're going? How do I do this without... Oh, lots of thoughts churning around in my head and in my heart. What a morning. Oh. Thank you, panelists, for joining us. As we get settled, I'm just going to pray. Jesus, thank you that you are peace. I pray that you soften our hearts to feel your gentleness, that you break down our barriers and open our hearts to listen. Amen. Okay, and as we get started, thank you all. I'm going to jump in right away, but before I do that, we're here to hear people's voices. That's important. And so I always like to start things with making sure we can hear everybody's voice before we even begin. So I'm going to throw a new question at you that you're not prepared for, but it's really easy, so no one panic. I'm just going to ask you to answer this quick question. Say your name and hello, and answer quickly this question.
I didn't study.
Excellent. Okay, so why don't we start with you? Tell us your name quickly and something that you love.
Hello everyone, my name is Douglas Santos and I'm happy to be here today. And something that I love nature and the peace that brings to myself.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name's Rex Ferguson Baird and I love my family.
Hello everyone, my name is Prince Basima and I think I love geeky stuff like technology.
I thought you were going to say me, and you didn't.
My name is Adrienne DeMessa, and I love my family as well, and also my dog.
She stole my Everyone loves dogs, right? I'm like, yes. My name's Sean Gallant. I'm 45, and I never had a family. And then recently I've had a daughter, and she's 16 months, and I've never loved anything more in my life. So, Jazzy, I love you. Yeah, that's my
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Wonderful.
And I'm starting to love Prince, too. I don't know what it is.
I
I'm just
know,
starting
he's
to,
quite a guy.
right? Like up, right? Yeah.
Well, that's good.
So we have another panelist that's going to be joining us when he joins us, and so we're just going to make room and space for that. So I'm going to let Zachary do important things in the background while we get started. And okay. So for the next part of our day together, we want to tap into the knowledge and the expertise and the life experiences of those on the edge of gangs and violence. Sorry, I'm just going to readjust. Can you hear me? Healing can come, but we need to enter into the difficult discussion, and we need to hear the relevant voices. So today we are going to enter in. Like we talked about earlier, we know it is the beginning, and it is certainly not the end. So as we talk, please remember that there's more to come. We are looking towards hope, but we of course need to start at the beginning. So before we can start such a sacred conversation, it's important that we agree on a few things as a panel and a group up here, so that we ensure we're upholding a safe place for each other. So some of our panelists have done this before, and they've done it for a long time, and others are new. Thank you for your bravery and your vulnerability. Some of you might be a bit nervous. I know I would be. if I was in your shoes. So we want every panelist here to know that you are here for a reason. Okay, your voice matters, and we want to hear it. We want to honor it, and we want to hold it gently and respectfully. So in order to do that, we want to state what is welcome here. So, you and your story, you are welcome here. Your emotions are welcome here. As you share, your emotions are going to impact other people. We want to sit with you in your sorrow, in your anger, in your sadness, in your hope, and I'm sure a host of other emotions. I just ask that we take responsibility for our language and our tone so that it's respectful of everyone. We also welcome your curiosity and your questions, and for those of you that are here and are live streaming, you can submit a question, and that we can hold that as part of the conversation. We'll either be able to hold that now as part of the conversation or maybe into the future. Also, I'm going to ask everyone to suspend your judgment. Even as we listen in, we want to remember that we come from different places. We've had different experiences, and we want to respect each other's story. Common ground and differences are welcome today. It feels good, doesn't it, when other people think like us? We feel safe, we feel a sense of belonging. It's also important that when others think differently than we do, we see it as an opportunity to learn a new perspective. It stretches us to accept other people. It stretches us to accept other people the way we want to be accepted, right? Differences do not detract from our value. They are okay. We are still lovable. So we also ask you to be authentic and welcome that from others. Speak from your heart. Leave space for others to do the same. Also, only share what you feel safe sharing. There is no pressure. Just listen to your heart. Be purposeful and to the point. There are many voices. We have about an hour together, so we want to hear all of you speak. And so I'll ask you to keep your conversation relevant to the topic. And that'll be part of my fun job too, is to maybe jump in and help redirect if we get ourselves off track. So yeah, I also want to make sure that all of you as panel members that are sharing maybe some vulnerable things, that you know that this is a safe place. So you all have a water glass in front of you. I'm going to ask you to move it close to you. And if you're feeling the conversation is feeling awkward and it's touching places inside you that make you feel unsafe, you just do that. Thank you. What's your name again? Mr.
Rex.
Rex? Yeah, if you could show, you just slide that water glass forward if you're feeling uncomfortable, and I will watch for it and I will redirect things. Okay? Behave. All right. Great. Can everybody agree to this? Are we all good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, let's go. I'm going to frame our conversation a little bit before we get started. We love the diversity here today, and we want to respect and welcome all faiths that are represented here with us and online. A genuine welcome to everyone. When we look at the life of Jesus, we see that he is all about attachment to each other, to our community, to our culture, and ultimately to him. But that need for connection and love is designed into our very core. So when it's missing in our lives at any of these levels, we feel it, and we feel it deeply. Our choices seek belonging in any way that we can find it. Often, if our attachment options are limited or strained, these connections are found wherever we can find them, healthy or not. And that leads us to our discussion today about how we can participate, engage in, be a part of connections, attachments for and with lack of access to education, racism, legacy of residential schools, foster care, addictions, trauma, mental health, loss of culture, lack of extended family support, generational trauma. There are a lot of things that contribute to this discussion today. So we acknowledge that all of these things are part of it. I'm just going to help us bring all of that together under the umbrella of gangs, and how do we work for peace? Okay, so we know the why. The why is because we have an attachment hole. So we've heard that too from the videos. So let's start. We want to hear your heart. We want to look together to the future, and let's go. Okay? So I am going to start with Adrian. Can I start with you?
Sure.
Yeah, does everybody want to take one moment and get your microphone like I did while I was talking for that whole time? Maybe you should do it now. Make sure you've got this kind of ready and going.
I'm not sure how to do that. Maybe I'll just hold it.
You want to hold it?
I guess I'll just hold it. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Look at us working together like a team, hey? So good. Okay, great. All right, Adrian. We set the stage with a brief discussion on attachment and some of the struggles that families have.
Yeah.
As a social worker, you must see many difficult experiences for families. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. So I'm just going to throw out a few questions.
Sure.
And if you don't want to answer any of those, don't.
Okay.
And answer what's on your heart.
Okay.
But I'm just going to frame it a little bit. Like, could you speak to the need for preventative care for families of origin?
Sure.
And how that can prevent gang affiliation? And then what do you see the needs are from foster parents?
Sure, I can touch on that a little bit. So in my experience with the kids that I've worked with who are highly entrenched with the things that are happening on the streets of Winnipeg, a lot of the time it does connect back to their family origin and the fact that their own families grew up in the system with their needs also not being met. So it's really important to kind of honor that and honor where they came from and honor the piece around generational trauma that you previously touched on that kind of cultivated that cycle to continue within the youth that we see in the system today. So as foster parents or even anybody who's working in the system, really making sure that we are honoring exactly where our kids come from and honoring not just the kids but the community that they came from as well, and trying to create as much opportunities as possible to let them have a voice and let them feel safe at home in the community. I mean, we talked a lot about the war that's happening on the streets, and for a lot of the kids who are at war on the streets, they're also experiencing an internalized war within themselves. And peace is not something that's comfortable. Peace, a lot of the time, is not something that they know. So when we create opportunities for peace as foster parents and create opportunities for safe spaces for these kids, a lot of the times we find resistance because they've maybe have never experienced that before or have never been in a place to experience it long enough where it becomes comfortable. So.
That's so interesting and obvious and not obvious unless you speak it out, right? It's like, of course. If I don't have any experience with this, when you hand it to me on a platter, what do I do with it? Like, I don't know what that is. It's foreign to me, right? How would I know what to do with that?
Exactly.
Interesting. Interesting. Welcome. So we're going to ask everybody to take a sip of water and just like stretch your neck out while we welcome.
It's a good point to touch on. We do a lot of times when you're nice, they think they want something, or you want something from them, or they don't even know, so they react almost like.
Welcome, Daniel. Come.
That's a great.
Thank you. Winnipeg weather.
guess that that's not allowed as consumption. Right? Oh. Nitty-gritty. Hi, now I'm going to talk. I'm talking. Here I am talking. I'm talking. Okay, sorry, here I am talking. I'm talking, and I'm talking.
Hi, Bonnie.
Hi there. Hi, Prince. So how's it going over there? Are you feeling settled in? You looking forward to it? Oh, yeah. So now you are the center of attention now. You just took things off of Daniel a little bit, so that's good. That's good. Okay. So I don't know if I'm going here yet. So Prince, tell us a story.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding. No stress, no panic. This is all good.
Winnipeg is great. A beautiful city, but we all
Hi.
good and so.
Sorry, I'm going to keep interrupting you because we're checking on this mic. Hi. Can you? Okay. So I'm going to ask you a formal question in a minute, Prince, okay? But I don't want you to give away too much while we get you set up.
That works.
Thanks, everybody. Whoa, hi. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. That's awesome. Okay, I think we're getting good to go here. So, Daniel, welcome here. Glad you made it.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Welcome to the panel.
I appreciate it. Good to see everybody.
Great. So what we did just before you got here is we want to make sure we hear everybody's voices. And we're going to hear your voice in a minute. But what I want you to do is just say hello to everybody and tell us your name and tell us something that you love.
Okay. So my name is Daniel Hidalgo, and I love engaging with the community. And I'm super happy to be here, and you guys all look wonderful, and the weather is terrible.
Well, my friend,
We don't know that because we've been here since 6.
Oh,
so
I'm
we
like,
don't
just
know what's
wait, this
happening
is
out
only
there.
November.
I'm thankful it came in November, though. I mean,
Okay. Wonderful. Good. Thank you, Adrian. So, Daniel, I was going to actually ask you the next question, but do you want to settle in, or are you feeling
no,
good
I'm
to
good.
go?
I'm ready to go.
You're good to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make up for some lost time here.
All right, so you have been doing some cool things in the community,
Yes.
sounds like.
Yes.
In a CBC interview, you said that your goal is to create a whole new way to provide positive connections that can improve the lives of kids and youth. And when talking about the fathers group that you started, you said that through vulnerability lies true strength, which is what we're doing today with this forum, right? An opportunity for vulnerability and recognizing attachment helps us find a way forward. So, with that being said, what prompted you to found Community 204? I'm going to ask you a couple questions, and as I told the others, you can answer those questions, or you can not, and say what's on your heart.
Absolutely.
Okay, but this is just to get you warmed up, okay? So what prompted you to found Community 204? Why do you think positive connections can improve lives? Have you seen that actually work? And does your story weave into that statement?
Absolutely. So I started Community 204 because I myself grew up as a permanent ward within Child and Family Services. When you grow up in that dynamic, you often lack some of the most crucial things necessary to grow and develop in a good way. So that can be structure, nurturance, love, attention, just a foundation, and most importantly, safety. So because I lacked those things, I often sought out a way to provide those things as a means to make up for that gap. So my employment is that of an action therapist, and as an action therapist, I work primarily with Indigenous kids in care who are also going through those same things. Because I have that same lived life experience, I thought, how do we try to fulfill this gap for them and provide an outlet or a platform where the youth feel good about who they are, where they're able to find their purpose and identity, and at the same time give back to those in need who are also in their same shoes. So there were so many opportunities for altruism and what we call lateral empathy. And we started engaging in that through the outlets in the city like Mama Bear Clan and OPK and things like that. And you know, we were doing so many different things, and we were showing up to everything, and you know, we didn't match, and we all looked different, and people were reaching out to us and wondering like, how can we get your group here? And you know, I sat there and I was like, we need to be something. We need to start something. So I looked around at the group, and it looked very much like us. Different sizes, different genders, different appearances, different cultures, different walks of life, and that makes up community. That is what community is. And we wanted to help. So who do we want to help? What's the demographic that we want to help? Well, anyone and everyone, and that is community. And because we are all rooted in this province and in this city, our area, well, I know we have 2 area codes, but the primary one was 204, so we wanted to throw that in there. And
Yeah,
because the kids,
431.
pardon me?
I'm 431.
Oh, there you go, 431. You'll start our branch off group called Community 431.
Separate these.
There we go.
Can't be
Yes,
together.
yes. But yeah, and so we just wanted to do that good work. And because, you know, this is Treaty 1 territory, and a lot of the kids that I work with are Indigenous ancestry, we wanted to incorporate some of the cultural components and some of the aspects of that into things. And as you guys can see on my logo here, there's the medicine wheel. And that represents the 4 areas of wellness. So that's your emotional well-being, your physical well-being, your spiritual well-being, and I don't remember all the ones that I said so far, but there's a 4th one in there: emotional, spiritual, physical, and mental well-being. Yes, and then also the 4 nations. So the 4 colors represent the 4 nations, and then we also threw in the directions because we didn't want to put a limit on who we could help. If we can reach you, we will help. And I think that when your intentions are just good and honest. Not only does it make you feel better about who you are, but it makes you feel better about what you're doing. And it correlates with those 2 important qualities that I think every person who's growing and learning who they are needs, and that's purpose and identity. So who am I and why am I here? So it kind of came from that. I know you asked some more questions, but I kind of...
Yeah, great,
Yeah,
thank
yeah.
you. I will ask one of them again.
Yes.
Have you seen attachment work?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So when you grow up in care, you often develop attachment and abandonment issues. So when you start implementing attachment theories and attachment capabilities into everything that you do, you definitely see it work. Attachment correlates with relationships. Building those relationships, it correlates with consistency, knowing that what you're doing and what you're receiving will continue to be there. So attachment has been a huge piece, and it's really translated well into everything that we've been able to do. And it's created a lot of opportunities for more and more involvement. And you know, just building the relationships with those youth and giving them a sense of who they are and stuff, and that it's okay to come from where they come from and it doesn't determine their outcome.
Yeah.
I think that's been a huge part, and the attachment aspect has really influenced that.
So how do you think that how did you jump from a kid in care to this platform?
I'm still asking myself that. No, I think about it every day, and you know, I couldn't be more grateful. But I think it's when you have a lifelong longing for more, and when you know what you deserve, but you weren't always given. At some point, you kind of reach an epiphany that if I don't go out and get it myself, sometimes it's not just given to you. And if you have the capability to include others that you care about in that, it creates the capacity to do so. So I think that's where it came from. And part of it might even be a trauma response. I think ambition and staying busy and seeking more and more might be a slight trauma response. I'm starting to realize that, right? So I think that ambition just pushes me to want more and to prove to myself that I'm capable of more, because I think that when you come from nothing, people expect nothing from you. Yeah.
Well, thank you for your vulnerability.
Thank you.
Constable Sean, what can I
I
call
just
you?
wanted to add on that because awesome. First of all,
Thank
awesome.
you.
Shane, I felt what you were saying. Seriously, that was really good to get to acknowledge that. And our MC, I don't know where she's at, but she's phenomenal. Like what a great speaker. I didn't think it would come across this early already, but it's already here, that connection theme, right? How can we get them out of gangs? How can we do this sort of thing? And it already came up with you two so quick, which is awesome. And I think it's going to come out all tonight, is that connection. And I want you to think about something. I had the pleasure of meeting all them up top there yesterday, and we talked for like hours at a time and stuff. And just about how I was brought up and how I kind of grew up in the projects, and I didn't have any money, so that was I liked kind of feeling that I had money, so I got into a little bit of stealing cars and getting into that little aspect until I had somebody kind of come towards me and show me to be a role model and maybe show me a different way. And he did that for, I'm talking about 100 kids in my area. Can you imagine if myself or you could just affect 3 kids, and then that kid affected 3 kids, that chain reaction that we could have going on? I like to joke around with Prince. I just met him. I call him King now because he's the first ever student here. And we were in the green room, and did you notice their faces when they saw you? The students here?
Yeah,
right? So like, as soon as they saw you, they lit up. They're like, Prince, like, where have you been? You are now a role model. You didn't even want to be a role model, but now you have the power. He's like, I don't want to be, but that's me. Right? So think about that. No, think about that. So now when you go through your life, you're just not in control of your life now. You're actually in control of a lot more people that they're going to see that, and all of a sudden they're like, I want to be like him. You're already striving other kids to do what you're doing.
Right there, that lady right there.
But
that's my connection
that's
right
the
there.
pyramid, right? So I just, like, Francine reached out to me, we started talking on the phone, and this all snowballed into this 3-day event. I'm so happy to be here. But that's the power of it, right? Connections. Can I influence the person underneath me so they don't make maybe some of the mistakes that I made? A purpose, right? Going in the neighborhood. Maybe I'm lost, maybe I don't know what I'm doing, but just influencing the people after you is huge. Baby steps. That's why you're never going to get, what's the solution? What are we going to do? Well, overnight, it's not going to happen. It's going to take a long time, but it's people like this that are here talking, like you said, all different walks of life. I'm originally from Windsor, Ontario. I'm a cop. Like, come on, right? So things like that, I'm just proud of you guys for saying that, but I joke with you because that's what I do. They know that. But I love seeing it, right? I love seeing their faces when they saw you and it lit up, and I'm happy for you.
Well, I feel very special now, but thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, this conversation must be and always will be about attachment and belonging. It's our springboard, it's where we're starting from, it's the why of the whole conversation. So yeah, it's going to come up over and over again. Excellent, thank you. I'm going to jump over here. Douglas, I'm going to jump over to you for a minute. You're an activist, you're an advocate, someone who feels drawn to stay connected with your culture and your community. So here's a couple questions for you. You know the drill. Answer them-ish. Is your story different from that of your classmates that you grew up with? Why don't I just ask these one at a time? Is your story different from that of your classmates that you grew up with?
Well, that's a very good question, and to answer, I will need to elaborate a little bit more with the background story. So as you may know already, I grew up in Guatemala City, which is a very, very dangerous place, very well known for criminality, the violence, and my neighborhood was an exception. So I grew up in this shanty town located around 30 minutes away from the city, which has been always cataloged as a red area, meaning that crime, violence, injustice is still nowadays the daily bread for people. So I call it the mouth of the shark. So as you mentioned, when you come from that place, you empathize even more with the community because you have gone through the same, you have suffered the same as they are at the moment. So growing up, probably I saw things that I wasn't meant to see at that age, and that detrimental environment took my my very own father's life when I was 6 years old. And that was just the beginning of a series of events. Then 2 years later, my best friends. Then 3 years later, my classmates. And 4 years later, as I was walking home with my soccer team, we happened to be in the middle of a crossfire. So nothing I could do but just run away as a coward to save my own life, seeing my friends dying on the ground. So at that moment, I realized that that was not normal. That was normalized to us because when you live in such a bubble, that's all your world. That's your normality. But then when you get a different perspective and you see from outside the bubble, you realize that's not normal. And I was fortunate enough to get out of that bubble because paradoxically, I have cousins that were gangsters. They were gang members. So I saw it firsthand, and that way I could stay away from gangs because my cousins, they committed to be with the gangs as long as the other kids are not touched. So I had my way out through education. And that was thanks to my mom as well. She always stressed the importance of education. So that's what I did. And I began my journey, as most kids, in the dysfunctional education system in developing countries. So when I was 12, I had the chance to get a scholarship. So within my country, I went to the American school, which is this privileged school for rich kids. So that was the door to get outside the bubble within my country. So then, because I finished my high school degree when I was only 16 years old, I had the chance to participate in a scholarship program as well called United World College, this program was founded by the very own Nelson Mandela, the Queen of Jordan, and the Kings of the Netherlands and the UK back in the 60s. So among thousands of applicants, I was one of the lucky ones. I was one of the 5 people that year. So 2014, with only 16 years old, I was flying to the Netherlands to complete my high school with no English, nothing. So I was going to complete my education, but I was also going to learn the language in a foreign country where English is not the native language. So that was kind of like going into a pool without knowing how to swim, right? But I survived. And then I completed my high school, and 2016 I got another scholarship, and life brought me back to this side of the world. So I completed my engineering degree at the University of Florida back in the States, and now life brought me here to Winnipeg. So I'm completing my master's degree in biosystems engineering here in the city, which is now my home. And now if you ask where is home, it's just where I find community. And now this is my community. That's why I'm trying to spread the word and my message of peace to this community, because I believe we can change this. If something is rotten, we have to find a solution with the people that are involved. And if you know how it feels, if we know that empathy, as you mentioned, it's easier to know where to go. So unfortunately, my classmates didn't have the same fate as, they didn't have like this luck that I had. And some of them are not on earth anymore. Most of my friends are gone. When I go home, I just have memories. But that's a motivation to continue. And every time I have the chance, I just go home and I continue working towards the future, the kids that are now growing up. Because if my classmates, my friends didn't have the opportunities that I had, or they didn't have the social group around them to support them, so I could now be that social support, that help that they need, that little push that sometimes we all need, but we don't have.
Right.
So, yeah, that's the background of my story. So I'm happy to be here sharing.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Wow. So I'm excited because I hear you talk and I go, look at the connections that you can make right here before you even leave this room. Like you can see it growing up here. It's so cool. Thank you. So I will follow up that question then. What do you believe is the value of education? And do you believe that it's all created equal? And what kind of role do you see, I mean, you alluded to it for sure, you spoke to this. What role do you see education playing in keeping kids out of gangs, if you have any concrete thoughts about that particularly?
Great. I believe, first of all, I would like to reassure that, as Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon to change the world. And I'm a true believer because my very own life was changed through education. And I continue seeing that change. So that being said, I believe that education is the bridge to integrate children, youth, to society. But education is just the beginning, and education begins at your home. Your family is very important. This is where the family value comes in, because education begins at home, and then the role of schools is to shape that knowledge, those values, and then we move forward. So the role of education is just to integrate, I believe, but also to inspire. That even in a sense of idealism, we can work together with people, and we can work together with others that also believe in the same idea, and we can make a difference, little by little, first in ourselves, then in our families, then in our community, then in our society. So that's the role of education from my perspective.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to follow up your comments about education, and we're going to talk to Rex for a second. But before we do that, I would just like you, Douglas, to share with the group here how it is that you came to sit on that chair. Because we can talk about all sorts of things. Jesus calls people together. And the reason you're sitting on that chair, you shared it in the green room with me, mind-blowing. Do you want to just share that?
Of course. Well, I like to work out a lot, so I'm usually running or biking around. So I happen to live in Woolsey, the same neighborhood as Francine. So this day I was running errands and I was on my way to the superstore. And I was biking down the street, and then I see this guy wearing these awesome colorful pants, right? And then I was like, wait a minute. Then I see the jersey, and it's the Guatemalan soccer jersey. So I was like, that's much of a coincidence. Like, he must have been to Guatemala. So I let it go. A few seconds, I was like, no, I'll go back. So I turned back. I was brave enough to go to him, and I asked him, excuse me, is that what you're wearing from Guatemala? And then that's how I met Chad. So he kindly invited me to his house after a short conversation, and we connected. Again, mentioning your point, the connection. So we all are connected in some way or another. But sometimes we're just like blinded and we do not recognize it. We all are humans. And just like those simple things, just like those colorful pens could connect us, I would say there is so many more things that we are connected and we're yet to discover.
Thank you. I know those colorful pants, and I'm really pleased that they have had a part in this story, Chad. Chad is Francine's husband, for those of you that don't know, and he does have very colorful pants.
Now I want to see the pants. That's like, where's the pants? These pants of peace, we'll call them.
That's right.
A connection pants, right?
I can bring you some from home.
Yeah. Connections, good.
They're kind of like Shane's pants, except more colorful. So, okay. So, Rex is an inner city school principal. He's also a national trainer for violence, threat, and risk assessment, which helps school systems recognize and respond to students who may be engaging in some of those high-risk activities. So we're going to springboard over to you, Rex. What can schools realistically do to help kids stay out of gangs? Do you have some practical pointers, and what philosophy or pedagogy guides you in education around this whole topic?
Well, first I got to say, I am super impressed with this panel. You guys are amazing. Each and every one of you, can you come and work with us at Brooklyn School? Sorry, Francine. At Freedom School and at Brooklyn School. Those are really great questions, and I think that lots of the answers of many parts of the philosophy have been discussed already. Attachment, I think, is the number one piece, and I think that our education system needs to recognize that we aren't the mighty teachers of knowledge. We're actually part of a community. And there's an old adage that comes off the African continent that says it takes a village to raise a child. That's right. I think that in our Western world, we've lost the meaning of the word village, though. And I've often added a second line that says it takes a community to be a village. And so if we say it together, it takes a village to raise a child, and it takes a community to be a village. And so when I hear these different speakers today talk about the power and the impact of community, that's what has to ripple through our schools. We need to recognize that we are community members. We're coming alongside parents. And so when I hear new dads or other parents who are talking about the adventures ahead, I can't push the system to say, oh, we're gonna take your kids and we're gonna teach them everything, and then you do everything else, right? Really, what it is we're gonna come alongside you as parents, and we're gonna collaborate, and we're gonna impart knowledge, and you're gonna impart values. You're gonna impart a love of learning. You're gonna impart the virtues that people are gonna carry, and together we're gonna create a more healthy and robust society. So when I think of schools, and in terms of connecting and filling some of those voids for students who are coming from places where they're in a deficit model, whether they've got a traumatic history, whether they've come to the country, as you said, without an extended family connection, or where they're operating out of a place of trauma experience, then that's a place for us to come alongside and say, you know what, you belong here. You're a part of us. Some of the real, it sounds very simple, but it's almost out of a gang playbook. Our school, we provide every kid with free shirts. And I know that Freedom School does the same thing, so that we all have the same shirt, and we can have, wear your red shirt day. We have hoodies. We've got we remove as many barriers as we can to education. I know a number of families have often said to me in the past, oh, I got to sign my kid up for school, and it's September, and I'm short on cash, and there's this student fee, and I can't pay it. And then there's they don't want to come to the school and talk to the principal because, we owe you money. So for a number of years, we've been very active at removing those fees. There's no fees for students to come to our school. There's no, they don't need to buy school supplies, because I don't think that students need to buy their own supplies for schools, especially for K to 12, right? So we provide that for families. And we do that so that parents are not afraid to come to the school. We try and remove as many barriers as we can so that we can build connections and then walk together.
Just a question for you, Rex. So how are you, because I work with some schools in the downtown area, and one of our biggest things was trying to get them to actually come, right? Because a lot of times their parents aren't bringing them to school. So how are you like trying to get past that aspect of, if you have 50 kids that aren't even being brought to school, how are you getting them to come in? Because when they come in, they love it, but they have to get there, right?
Yeah. So schools also can respond in other ways, right? We have, we do a walking school bus where we send staff out in the morning. And now I work in Brooklands, and lots of people don't know that part of the city, but it is an inner city community. It's over by Red River College, for those of you who are in Winnipeg. And I think a simple statement about the nature of the Brooklands community is we're one of the few schools that's had the unfortunate reputation of having 2 homicides on the property in the last number of years. And one of those was when I was, during my tenure as well. And not students, but community members who've been the victim of homicide during the school day, adjacent to the school. So the community has got to feel safe, right? And so we've done lots of work to build community access. So having 2 staff always out in partners, going out and walking through the community in the mornings to pick kids up. We don't have any school buses because of the nature of the community. Right. Everyone walks to school. We also offer breakfast, right? Lots of kids are coming from places, families are coming from places where they don't have money for food. So a free breakfast in the morning for anybody, because we also don't want to give, oh, well, you need to have a breakfast, but you don't, right? So we don't want to separate or differentiate.
That's awesome.
No,
that is awesome. My school had the breakfast long time ago, but we loved it, and I love that part of it, right? Because a lot of these kids aren't even getting nourishment in the morning, and we're expecting them to be at school for 8 hours, and we're like, again, understanding what you're talking about, trauma, what I think is normal, getting up and making my daughter breakfast, some of these people aren't even eating for a day,
That's
right? And you want them to understand that you're giving them homework, and yet they don't even have a computer at home, right? Or something like my fiance is a teacher. You guys go above and beyond, especially in situations when you do have kids that aren't even showing up, and you're going and you're picking them up. They're going to their house to go grab them. Thank you. I wish there was 1,000 more of you guys at each school to get it done. But
well, there's lots of us. You'll see another one this afternoon.
Right. But yeah, that's always the, because like I said, it's easy to say education is the key, right? Like education is the key, but the point, how do we get everyone education? Myself, for example, I didn't even think about university. I was just like, okay, I'm going to go get a trade. I'm going to work at Chrysler's or Ford. I'm from Windsor, Ontario, so that's just kind of what you did. Unfortunately for me, my football coach saw something and got me a scholarship in Eastern Kentucky, right? But that doesn't happen for everybody. Yeah.
Sean, I think one of the things too is having the willingness to sit down and talk with people. I'm not bound in my office, and I walk through the community myself, and I talk with parents. I talk with a lot of, we have actually, when we look at census data, Brooklands has a lot of single dads compared to the rest of Winnipeg. Mm-hmm. And when I have conversations with dads who are active gang members, they say the same things we heard on this video. Mm-hmm. I don't want my kid to turn out like me, right? I don't know what to do, because they haven't had those lessons taught to them. Yeah. So we say, oh, you know what? Come and work with us, right? And then I invite those dads to come, or those moms, or those uncles, or the Kukums, and then they come and we actually build a garden together. Oh, awesome. Right? Or we build a playground together, or we have a consultation with a city councilor together. We provide opportunities for those families to, they're not, a lot of those families, in another barrier, they don't want to come to school because maybe they can't read themselves, right? And they don't want to volunteer and look dumb in front of their kids. Yep. But they'll come and shovel baseball diamond gravel, and they'll shovel soil or wood chips or the connections, and to have positive impact in the school community itself. Right? Which extends that community, and then all you're going. Yeah. We were lucky enough, it was a few years ago now, it was a foundation in Toronto. They came by and they started this foundation in Toronto that would go into schools and try to get the kids before they became gang members.
So they came in and they're like, we want to work with you, and we had a couple other officers that were trying to do it, and we tried to partner with the Bombers to try to do this little program. And they're like, so what we're going to do is we're going to start with grade 8, grade 9, and we're going to get these kids before they're in gangs. And we're like, what? I'm like, what do you mean grade 8 and grade 9? I'm like, by then they've already been selling drugs. I'm like, you have to go grade 4 and 5. They're like, grade 4? I'm like, yes, they're born into this situation. They could not even see in Toronto that we start at age 4 and 5, or I mean grade 4 and 5. So we ended up implementing that program, but the same type of thing is teaching them belonging, teaching them empathy, teaching them a bunch of different things at a young age, right? Yeah. Now, unfortunately, there's not enough of those programs, which is why I love seeing all these other programs that are out there, and like the will for it, because even Francine's starting the school, right? You need somebody with a vision to do it. But yeah, I love that sense of community and getting everyone involved, so it just becomes normal to go to school and not a chore. Right.
I guess I can put a comment to that. Basically, you all have said something that relates to personally I've experienced, and I've talked to Francine about it a couple years ago, and this was back when I didn't know what school to go to because I was just stuck. I was like, I'm scared. I don't know what school to go to because the keys is what's gonna determine where you're gonna be.
Right.
Like, you go to a good school, you're gonna have a good connection and end up being good. You go to a bad school, you're gonna have bad connection. And no matter what, it's all about connection. That's what one thing you all said here that's really impactful. And when Francine brought that, and I told her that, and she told me something. She's like, Prince, you know what? I have a dream. And I was like, wow, now you sound like Nelson Mandela.
So when you start recording, like...
No, so this is a weird connection, how everybody's talking here. And I can just say like, wow, yes. What is the dream that you can envision that I want to build a school? I was like, no. Now that's a dream. But the more we talked, the more I realized that she had a point. The more I realized that I think she's going somewhere. I'm looking for, if I can go to a school that I feel more of a family than a school, sign me up. That's what I told her. Yeah. Sign me up. And that's how I became the first student too. just because she had a dream. And
that's awesome. Yeah.
I'm here.
Thank you, Prince.
Graduated.
Yeah, thank you, Prince. So what I'm hearing across the board, just to make it exceptionally clear, is that we aren't talking about programs necessarily. We're talking about relationships, right? Because, and I just, when you were speaking earlier, Rex, about like the philosophy a little bit about, or the pedagogy, or the how do you approach this? We can approach all of this from a program perspective, and we can look at the statistics. The statistics are not all that positive, right? You're like, well, we put a lot of money into that, and we did a lot of programs, and they look really cool. But we know the whole is not about a hole in programs, although they're helpful. The whole is a heart hole. So you guys have all spoken to that, and it just excites me that people get it, and you're all ready to go with it, right? And so that again needs to be our springboard, right? So, and I'm very intrigued by what we started this conversation with. Adrienne was saying that if people don't know and understand attachment, and they have a hole and they don't know what that means, when it's presented to them, they're going to be a little bit like, is that a thing? I don't know what that is. And so we have opportunities to not just do programs, but to get underneath them. And so Rex, can you just speak very briefly to something we were talking about the other day? This is sort of the philosophy of the whole thing. We were talking about sports. And I just think it's an important piece to throw out there about belonging.
Well, sometimes we unconsciously create divides between people, right? And we were having a conversation about sports teams, and one of the things I really believe in, especially for kindergarten through grade 8, kind of that middle school and elementary school, is there should be no cuts, ever. right? We have these children that come out and they're taking a risk to come to a gym to try a team sport or something that they've never really been successful at because they're just learning it. And then they get told after being there 2 or 3 times, oh, you know what, you 3, sorry, you're no good. But you 2, you're good, right? And so just because of that's a system that we have, we've now disenfranchised these 3 people, right? Sorry, Prince, you didn't make this cut. Yeah,
No, like we got,
kings and queens only on this side. Yeah. But yeah, we need to examine the systems that we have, right?
Yeah.
And we need to look at them from all kinds of different perspectives. Are they inclusive? Are they building community? Or are they divisive? And are they undermining community?
Thank you. Constable Sean, I just want to make sure that I ask a couple of questions for you before we go.
Can I add something?
Oh, yes, of course.
I totally agree with finding common ground, like for instance, sports, because then that way more community members, and in this case students, you were asking yourself a way to engage students to come to school. So when something is rigid, like from an engineering perspective, a material which is too rigid, it's not malleable. It's not like you cannot change the shape. But when you have something flexible and you offer some flexibility and options, things become more malleable and you can give it the shape you want. And that's where things like sports, food, which is a big one, food brings people together.
Oh yeah.
And I was just talking to someone in the morning that like he misses food from home. I was like, oh, me too. But then, you know, like that's just something that brings people together as well. So from my experience participating in community service, like that was crucial to keep people, and in this case students, engaged, because that was just basically a motivation, like, oh, after school I have this school group meeting, or I have to go to the journalist group, to the soccer group, to the cooking class. So those things are a good way to integrate, but not only students, but also parents. That's an amazing tool as well. So they also feel part of the community. And if me, Douglas, as a kid, I see my parent doing something, I would like to imitate it, right? So in those sort of things, I think we have to, education systems should invest and in being more flexible and not too rigid. Academics are only an important part, but by the end of the day, honestly, your grades are the least thing you remember when you grow up.
Right, yeah.
Especially mine, I forgot mine. I don't remember mine.
So I want to make sure that I want to hear Prince's story, and I'm going to ask you in a minute to share that. First, I want to ask you a question, Constable Sean, and Adrian, I want to make sure that you started us off. You had the brave role of going first. So I want to give you another chance to share what's on your heart. So I'm going to start with Constable Sean, and then I'm going to go to you, Adrian, okay? And then Prince, I'm going to get you to share after that. All right? So everybody knows what's coming. Constable Sean, you've had lots of great input here, and so I just want to jump around to see if I can, a comment that I read in that article that you were interviewed in after the murder of George Floyd, you said regarding racism, unless you've seen it and understand it, you don't know. And I think it's critical that we as a wider community, we hear police officers admitting that racism is in fact an issue, and that leaders have an important and vocal role to play that you spoke about earlier. So I hope that brings a sense of comfort to families that are listening today, that police officers, many of them, get it. So thank you for that. So my follow-up question to that would be, what does the Winnipeg Police Service then, how are you able to bring that knowledge so that the community looks and says, oh no, I can trust the police, they get it?
Yeah, so that's huge, right? So like I said, I met with all these great students yesterday, and they look at you and you're like, look at you as a cop, and I'm spending 20 minutes just trying to break the barrier, right? That's kind of like what we do. So I tell a story because when we talk about racism, we talk about all that kind of things, a lot of it's because you've never even hung around that type of group before, right? So I'm gonna do 2 quick stories really quick. So my fiance is mixed. She's half white and half Guyanese. So she's East Indian descent. So we go Christmas shopping, and I like to have my whole tree have ornaments from our life. Like I want our life on the tree. So we go on vacation, and there's a Christmas store. So I'm like, let's go in this Christmas store, and there's all these ornaments, and I'm like, all right, babe, let's find ornaments that are us. Right. And she's like, find me. She's like, where am I? She's like, there's you. There's a football player, and he's got his stuff. She's like, find me. Because every ornament was a white person, every single one. And I'm like, I didn't even see it, right? I didn't even see it, and I'm like, she helped me open my eyes to that situation, right? That's a small little thing that she taught me. Now let's make it bigger. Almost 500,000 calls we deal with a year in Winnipeg, okay? 911 calls that we deal with. When you break the numbers down, take away the non-emergency ones, we're talking about 14 calls per day I have to take in my car. I can probably only do 5, okay, on a good day. Because of homicide, I'm done for the day. So your brain is constantly like, go, go, go. I gotta go fast, I gotta go fast. And it kind of dehumanizes everybody sometimes because it's so busy you're trying to make it count. So there's a situation where there's a friend of mine, she goes, Sean, there's a story that happened and I wanna know why. So we have a rule in Winnipeg where if it's after, I wanna say 7, I can't remember the exact time, that if you go into a cab can ask you to pay first. They say you have to pay up front because we have a ton of cab that like they just ditch and run. So it was 5:30 and she calls the cab. She's coming from the north end. She's going down to the south end. And the cab's like, pay. He wants me to pay first. And she's like, no, like it's only 5:30. Like that rule doesn't come into play till after. He's like, no, pay. She's like, no. They get into a verbal argument. He calls the police. Cabs are private companies, okay? They determine who gets to go in their cab. They get to say who gets to go for the ride. So police show up. He's like, get her out of my cab. She won't get out. Okay, why? She won't pay. Okay, man, get out of the cab. She's hot. She's angry. She's yelling at police. They're like, I'm gonna ask you one more time, get out of the cab. She doesn't get out of the cab, they take her out of the cab. The cabbie is like, I'm not gonna get robbed again. I need to do this, I need to feed my family. That's how he's looking at it. Police are like, I have 15 calls waiting, let's go. I gotta go, get out of the cab, okay? When I tell this story, I tell it to my white friends and I say, this is the story. And they're like, why didn't she get out of the cab? Then of course police have to drag her out, right? You talk to the cabbie, his friends, they're like, why didn't she just pay? We don't wanna get robbed, we've been robbed before. I talk to my black friends and they're like, why did she have to get out? They were so mad because they've seen that where she was judged even before she got into the cab that he was going against the rule, right? She wasn't supposed to pay. Now, as a police officer, I'm just going, will you get out of the cab? Instead of taking that time, because I want to spend 10 minutes on this call, but who cares if it takes 2 hours to calm her down, to get her out of that cab quietly, right? Are we going to be able to handle 14 calls a day? No. But at least she now feels safe that police are going to do and look out for her.
Right.
That's the biggest thing that we can do as police officers, and we're trying to teach that now to the young ones, is that why is she upset? Be in her shoes. Did she do anything wrong? Yeah, she wouldn't get out of the cab when she's supposed to, but why? That's the biggest thing when we're on panels. I was lucky enough that my high school was split. We had every ethnicity you can possibly imagine, so I grew up with everybody. I thought that was normal, right? I didn't know there were schools that only had one ethnicity and stuff like that, so I got to experience that, but some people don't, right? So that's our job, is to try to open up people's mind to understand trauma from residential schools. I'm from Windsor. I didn't even know that existed. I had no idea that that's what happened. People were kicked off their lands. Children were taken away, and all of a sudden you're creating that trauma, that stress that is now one situation affects 7 generations from now, right? That's a big thing in that community, is that's what it takes. One time, when you mess up one generation, it affects 7 after that, right? That's the things that we have to understand. So yes, it's busy. Winnipeg's busy. We're trying to do some things, but empathy and just understanding maybe why people are acting the way they are is huge. So I think that's going to be a big thing for us.
Yeah, thank you. Right back to that again, right? Relationship and listening to each other.
And we talk, like I said, we talk about programs. Programs are awesome. You run a program. Police is a program. Social work is a program.
Right.
But if the person in the program doesn't care, then it's useless,
Right.
right? If Francine runs a school and she doesn't care if you graduate because she just wants the money for you being here, it's useless, right? But that's true. You don't like I said. This all happened. I was supposed to do an hour presentation one day, and we talked. And her passion, I was like, yes, like let's whatever you want me to do. And I'm like, we signed up for 3 days, and now I'm here for. I almost live here now. It's crazy, right? Like I'm coming back for pizza parties, and we're gonna do a rap song one of these days because I'm like, these kids were awesome. Like I'm loving it here. So, like I said, you feel that passion, which drives my passion,
Right.
which drives your passion, which drives your passion, your passion, your passion.
Yeah.
That's how it works,
Yeah.
right? So I know we say no programs, but it's the people who are running the
Yeah.
programs, right? Because now, if you have an idea where you're like, I want to do something with a school, and you're like, I know a cop named Sean, he's annoying, but I'm going to get him, then I can help you out, right? Like, so that's all that
Sure.
kind of stuff
Yeah.
that we can do together.
Yeah.
Like
It's programs plus people.
Well, programs plus,
are
but
useless
again,
without the heart. Yeah.
I never would have heard Prince's story, right? That he's about to tell. It's gonna be the best story I ever heard in my life, apparently, right? So, and now I understand. I understand Prince. When I'm talking to the kids yesterday, I'm like, one of the questions I asked first, I'm like, what do you think of police where you came from, right? And then trust issues and things of that nature. We have trust issues in our own community, right? So I want to know why you're maybe talking to me a certain way. Instead of just reacting to your words, I want to know you.
Yeah.
And it's hard sometimes because when it's Saturday night, there's 400 calls in the queue just downtown. To stop and get to know someone is very tough. That's the game we play every day.
Yeah.
If you have 27 kids that you're doing social work for, can you spend 4 hours on one kid that day? It's difficult at times. It's, right? Like, right? And then you leave out other kids that can't even get to that part.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, kind of echoing what you said, intentions rooted in passion, we call it heart work. So
Right,
it's like
yeah.
a play on hard work. And like we kind of implement that in everything we do. We actually put a heart on our sleeve,
Right.
on everything that we have, just to kind of play on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
To keep it in front of your face, right? This is what it really means.
Absolutely. So and then you tend to go above and beyond because it's not a job. It's a lifestyle. It speaks true to your spirit and stuff.
Will you
nice.
understand it? Like I said, and I say it again, I don't know where he went, but when he's, like I said, it makes my day when I came in. Where's Miss E? Is Miss E still here? No, she's outside. I come in and I get a huge hug from her, and that drives my spirit up, right?
Sure.
Now I feel awesome, and now I want to do even better.
Oh, yeah, I got a hug a lot, and I felt
right?
pumped.
You felt it,
Nice.
right? You come in and he's like, Prince, what's up?
I miss school.
Yeah. But now he wants to come back and give back to his community because he feels like everyone loves results. You can say that I do this for nothing, but you love to see him do good. And everyone wants to see that person succeed, right?
Yeah.
So when you see that, then all of a sudden that drives you to do it again to somebody else and do it again to somebody else. It's just a
Keeps the
great
cycle
feeling.
going, for
right,
sure.
Shane, when you're
Yeah.
doing talks, if we all sat there and we're like, is he done yet? Like, you'd be so angry. But we're in there and we're like, when you're talking, I'm not in my head. You love to see that, right? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the kind of stuff that drives us, and that's why with people with passion, it's just great to see.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, absolutely.
sorry, I talk a lot. I apologize.
Thank you. No, that's great. We love it. We love to hear that. Adrian, I want to give you a chance to loop around.
Yeah, so just building off exactly what you said, I think that relationships is the leverage that we do have when working with kids, when working with families. No one's going to listen to us if they don't feel heard, if they don't feel like we understand them. And what you just said about, really understanding the why, I think that's exactly what we need to be doing more of as a community. I think sometimes it's easy to pass judgment and based on our own life experiences, but just even doing this, sitting around this room and having conversations with each other about the needs of our community, that's exactly what we need to move forward. It's not going to be one singular thing that we can do. It's going to take community action to get this together and to really do it individually for every family, every kid that we have the opportunity to touch in their lives and ours. I think that's really what's important.
It's so exciting to me to know that professionals are engaging in the system. I'm sure for you guys that have come up through a system where you're like, the system, to hear professionals that go, want to come alongside. We do want to hear your voice. We want this to be a success. So yeah, that's so great to hear from all on the panel. Prince, it's your moment. We want to hear your story. You have had a journey, and you have chosen a different road. And so what was the single most important support that you received while you were in Canada? Why do you think it's so important?
The most single important support, I would still have to say it's my family. Sorry, Miss Wave, I apologize. As much as I would like to call you out, but family is the most important thing to all of us right now, because no matter what, we still need somebody to trust, right? We still need somebody we can go to in a tough situation. And even people who are in gangs, they call themselves family because they trust them. And we see them as gang members, they see each other as family members. We assume they're doing bad because they doing whatever they're doing, but they doing it because that's what the family's doing. And as what, like, I saw the video when I was watching, and a video said a lot, and I was like, it's all true. Everything's happened around us, everything's the same. But I'm getting out of topic. Let me go back to the topic.
Well, you're on.
You're good.
You're hitting the topic right on the head.
When I came to Canada, I didn't get to sign up to any school because I had a lot of issues with paperwork, because paperwork. So things were slow, school started, and I was falling behind. And my mom didn't want me to fall behind when school started, so that's why I called her. And she had connections, funny things. She had a connection with one person, and that one person had connection with Miss Francine. And I remember seeing Miss Francine for the first time, and until today, she was sick. On that first time I met her, she was just ill, and I didn't know. I was just first time in Winnipeg school. I didn't know what to expect. I just saw movies. I'm a newcomer. I'm afraid. I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna go in blind, but hope for the best. Don't we all? And I'm happy. I'm happy that my mom didn't just wait around for paperwork. I'm happy that she didn't wait around for paperwork. She just went and did, and she said, no, I want them to go to school. I'm gonna do it. Because she didn't waste her time saying, maybe 2 more months. No, don't worry. No, she thought about us, and that's why I always put her first.
Nice, Prince. It just shows the importance of family, right? And part of what we're talking about right now is, what do we do? How do we come alongside people that don't have a supportive family? How do we do that? What does that look like?
Well, now, families for somebody can be a friend, can be somebody you just met one time, and that person touched you somehow, or somebody you've seen on TV, and maybe every night you pray to that person on TV as a model, Somebody got some way to consider something close to their heart. Gang members too, they're the same way. And from my point of view, and what I've seen so far, is that those without family I really feel sad for them, because I don't know what I would have done if I didn't have family. And when I did come to the school, Freedom International School, the first thing that I really wanted was a family in school. And every other student out there, I consider them my family, even though I'm a graduate, because every one of them I know, and I feel like if they weren't there, I wouldn't be here.
Right.
Because they are they're weird, they're funny, they make my day, they make me want to come to school. What's more better than wanting to come to school, guys, right?
Yeah.
Right. What's more better than feeling happy to walk into the doors just to annoy one person in that day so that you can feel happy and go back and forth. So that's why I said it's really sad when somebody doesn't have somebody close to them, because I don't know what I'll have done.
Yeah.
When you say those words, if I didn't have family, I don't know what I would have done. We know what people have done. They joined gangs.
Right.
They've joined extremist groups. They want belonging. Every person wants a family from birth, right? That's why your kid reaches out to you. That's why you talk about it. It doesn't matter, la familia, family, doesn't even matter what it is. If you don't give them the right family, they're gonna find the wrong family. But the thing is, they're gonna find a family.
Yes.
How do you give them the family that they need in order to succeed in life?
Yes.
Is the $1 million question. You figure that out, we save the world, right? That's what we're trying to figure out, right?
And so important what you said, Prince, about family, that you see your family as your family. We see gang members as gang members. They see gang as family. And I think it's really important that we hold that thought and keep it in our minds while we look and say that behavior is outrageous and unacceptable. But we need to remember that there's a reason for that behavior. There's always a why underneath our behavior. It's probably always related to belonging and attachment. And so that is so critical that you remind us about that. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Well, I would like to talk to all of you all day long. However, it is that time that I need to say thank you for your time and your energy. And I'm having to dissociate a little bit in order to do this job. But as I listen, I think, I'm so impacted in my heart about what's going on and who you guys are. Like, wow. So keep it up. I think it just speaks to the power of who we are created to be, and that we can, in fact, bring change. We can, in fact, move forward. We can, in fact, love each other. We can do this. So thank you all. And we are going to move on for lunch soon. I'm just going to, Prince, do you want to pray?
Yeah.
Can I, on the spot, ask you to do that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Dear Lord, we come to you right now as one big community right now. We all came from different part of the world. We all saw different part of the world. And we all understand the world differently. But God, right now, we all understand that you are the Heavenly Father, you are our Creator, and you are the one we run to whenever we are in need. God, right now, we know that the problem with the gang affiliation right now is huge in Winnipeg, Lord. It's big and it's sad. But God, I'm putting you first, because I know that you are the one who can answer everything. I don't believe in man, I don't believe in science, but you have proven me all the time. So, prove me again, like how you have proven everybody here. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. And God, show everyone that why you still exist and why we all praise you, Lord. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Prince. Cindy, where are you?
Right here.
What rap song are you referring to?
I believe, I'll circle on there, in the rap song that he's recording. And so just the chat on YouTube, that we're looking forward to hearing that song.
Okay, so there's some chat online.
Yeah.
Apparently no one listened to anything anyone said. No, I'm just kidding. They're just concerned about hearing this rap song that you're doing with the kids.
We haven't planned it yet, but yeah, we're doing it. Yeah.
Okay, so stay tuned, everyone. Next year, like maybe at the Path, for those of you that show up. Excellent. Okay, thank you for your time. Bless each of you. Oh, I'm so fat. Yeah, fantastic. We'll take a break, and I'm going to hand things over to Abigail.
Wow. Thank you for sharing your stories, for sharing in general, and for being here and existing and being who you are and having a heart for your community and a heart for change. That is what we want to see, and that's the first step towards making that peace really happen in Winnipeg. So next, we've got some more logistics. We have another filling and delicious part of the day. It's lunch, and we've got a feast prepared by Feast. There are 3 different sandwiches. All of these descriptions can be found on the website if you're worried about any allergies or if you're just curious. You can find out, but I'll read some for you now. So the first is, there's a vegan wrap with roasted garlic hummus and vegetables. There is a roasted shaved Manitoba beef sandwich with cheese and vegetables. There is a roasted and free-range local chicken sandwich with house-made cranberry sauce. So those are the three options. And as I said, they're all on the website. Your lunch bag will also have chips and fruit in them. And help yourself to some coffee, some tea, some water, and just allow the participants to go first in line so that they can eat and rest and just like unwind a little bit. And we'll have a tour start around 1:20. Okay, around 1:25, and you meet at that muster point I talked about earlier. It'll have a sign that says muster point. Look for a green carpet and jam as well for those markers. And we'll have a room set aside for those who just want to eat in a space with only vaccinated individuals and just have a space for you there. It's on the 3rd floor, and there are signs to lead you to that multi-purpose room. This is your final reminder. Oh, it might not be final, I might say it again, but this is your reminder to get your raffle tickets. Again, the gift is amazing. $250 to feast. You're about to eat it, you'll taste it, and you'll want more. I just know it. So raffle tickets are available. You can use the QR code. It's on the website. And talk to any of the volunteers if you have any questions. Can we give another thank you to our panelists? Wow. Yes. And a thank you to you, because you're here, you're making change, you're thinking. Yeah. Let's just keep reflecting on that. Reflect on the stories we've heard, reflect on the videos that we've heard, and the words that we're trying to change our minds towards, right? Like, it's not just gang members, they're thinking about family. We know family, we know that. So let's reframe a little bit and let's eat. So get off stage, come on, relax, and you folks can head out as well. Hello, hello, hello. Wow, wow, wow. Now, how good were those wraps and sandwiches? Pretty good, yeah. Feast definitely deserves. Thank you so much, Feast, for being who you are and for giving us delicious food. I loved it. We have our final reminder. Now it is the final reminder of the 15 to 20-ish minutes that you get to buy a raffle ticket if you'd like a gift card to replenish those meals you just had. And you can do that by cash, credit card, whatever you'd like, or the QR code as well. I've got some thank yous. Thank yous to some wonderful folks who helped put this on. We've got staff members, volunteers, students, and I need to highlight all of the hard work that they've put into this event today and beyond. And we've got to recognize what they've done to make it such an enriching, inspiring, encouraging, challenging, and loving atmosphere here today. So for marketing and graphic design, Cindy Weeb, we've got, we'll clap all at the end. We'll clap all at the end. They're all amazing, yes. Food, Marianne and Vicky. Hospitality and registration, Dorothy, Bonnie, Ashley. Managing students, Elizabeth, Min, and Darlene. For the tour, Jan. Business class, Tim. For donations, Dorothy. Tech, a huge job. We've got Chris and Wallace. Music, Nick. Francine. Oh, Francine. She makes you feel so at home. It's ridiculous. So many things, from video footage to panel questions to inviting guests and everything in between. From the students doing worship, set crew, selling, Voices of Youth video to share their stories, being ushers, cleaning and setting up, and just overall being our hype people. I love it. Thank you for existing. Thank you for being you. And to Hannah Cavey, who didn't even put herself on the thank you list. Like, can we just recognize, like, we've gotta. Thank you so much, Hannah. She has led this team and put everything together with the help of all of those names and wonderful people that I've just recognized. And to thank also the churches and communities who came alongside this event. Encounter Life Ministries for the live streaming equipment, which allows you to be here today with us and still engage so much in the conversation. The Wave for tech and setup. The Winnipeg Center Vineyard for the live stream camera, McDermott Avenue Baptist for more set items, James Valley Hutterite Colony for wielding the knives into art, for food for our students and their families, and hosting Shane tonight for dinner, and Mission Baptist Pastor Sig for leading our time of remembrance and for free reign of these facilities and the generous just day-to-day support. Can we give them all a round of applause? Wow, wow, wow. Yes, a whole round. And there's so much more that they're doing. Like those little bullets, it doesn't even cover the heart and the passion and the love that they have for the work that they're doing. So thank you for that as well. Next up, we have Rachel Smith, my friend and wonderful MC at our worship night last night. She's going to be interviewing Elizabeth Andrea regarding how gangs have affected her family and the hope that she has for that future. Rachel Smith has over 14 years of ministry experience. She is a former Freedom International School board member and has spent the last 2 years running our summer literacy program, and also so much more. She has future plans of a post-baccalaureate, we know. You get it. Degree in education, a master's in English, and a law degree. Rachel is passionate about justice, the pursuit of truth, and uplifting others. She is a teacher, a musician, a worship leader, and a mentor, but her greatest joy is found in seeing others come alive in the knowledge of Christ. So let's welcome Rachel and Elizabeth right now.
right. Wow. I'm certain that that's all you need to know about me, because the next hour or so, however long we're up here, is you're going to get all the Elizabeth intro that I think she rightly deserves. Elizabeth is an amazing woman, and she stands here, or sits here, this morning representing a community that we haven't yet seen present on the stage this week, the parents, the community members, those who have gone before our students and who are here standing alongside of them here in Winnipeg, and they have a lot to say about this conversation as well, and they have a lot of wisdom, and they have a perspective that's necessary. So thank you, Elizabeth, for being here, standing in the gap, taking this position. It's not an easy position. I just want to highlight that. It's not easy to come up here when you know that for some of the families, they might feel very close to this subject matter and not comfortable sitting on a stage and being live streamed and sharing it. That is a vulnerable position. So can we just give a round of applause and thank Elizabeth? Elizabeth, is there anything that you'd like to say to introduce yourself? And let's just make sure.
First of all, I would like to say thank you for being here. And I'm honored, and thank you for having me. This is my home, Freedom International School. I'm blessed to be part of it, and also I'm blessed to be here today to represent the community. When I say the community, is that the connection of this Freedom International School and the significance of this school and the community who is represented here on, that's okay. Yes, who is represented out there connecting with this school. So as a mother and a grandmother, a wife, a migrant who moved from country to country until I came here, it is important to have that voice shared here. So thank you for having me, and I would be ready to share today. So I will start with my name. My name is Elizabeth Aluk. I'm a South Sudanese in Winnipeg. I've been here for over 20 years. And as I said, I'm a mother of 6 and a grandmother. So it is important to speak the facts. And when we share, acknowledge the problem, we would be able to address it. And we would be able to handle it and work towards it, how to solve it, to reach out there. And that's the purpose of this event. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I think it's important that we understand your story and the place that you're speaking from. So you mentioned that you've been here in Winnipeg for over 20 years. You came to Canada, to Winnipeg in 1998. Yes. Can you tell us about that journey, not only here, but the journey while you were here? Yeah. Were there resources? You mentioned to me before, while we were chatting before coming in here, the services, the Freedom International School, the things that exist in 2021 did not exist even 10 years ago, let alone 20 odd years ago. So can you tell us about your journey as a woman who came from South Sudan, as a mother, and now a grandmother here in Canada to this point?
Yes. First of all, many of you know that South Sudan now, which is the youngest country in the world, came out through the great struggle of the people. So we went through war, which is known a war of 21st century, and the reason that the people in that region were acquiring their rights and equality. And it couldn't work until a lot of life being lost. And it estimated by the international community that 2.5 million people lost their life during that war. And I'm originally from South Sudan. Because of the war, seeking peace, seeking a life, seeking rights, I moved from South Sudan to Khartoum, and I stayed in Khartoum for a couple of years, and then I moved from Khartoum to Egypt. I stayed in Egypt for 7 years, and I got an opportunity to find asylum out of the country. So I got both US and Canada and Australia. But I chose Canada for a reason, because what I heard about Canada, that Canada is a peaceful country. Those years, in 1997, 1995, the standard of life in Canada was #1. And so I said, okay, I'm a mother of boys, I will choose Canada, even though it said it's cold. And I didn't want I didn't want to come to a cold country, but I chose it because of the peaceful of the country. And when we were doing the interviews, the ambassador there suggested that to come to Winnipeg. And that's where I landed in Winnipeg. When I came in 1998, we didn't find a lot of help like what I shared with you before. It was a friend, there were good people who go to Welcome Place and see the pictures of the people who are coming, the families. And then one good friend called Joanne Robert, she select our picture. She said, I'm gonna take this family and welcome them and give them a tour to how things are done here. And that's it. So since then, she came, when we came, they welcome us and take us for shopping, how to shop and all other things. And, but why I say we didn't get chance like Freedom International School is, it is the bottom of my heart right now. Because the problem was our children, I came from Arabic speakers, and here is English. And the children were taken to school, not put in according to their level, it was according to their age. And that was a problem because they don't know much English and they are in a higher level, and then the struggle come here. And when the struggle come, they don't get any one-to-one support. They are frustrated, and we as a parent, and that's one of the things I'm speaking here on behalf of the community and the parents. We don't know what is going on in a school. We also have our own thing, how we can support back home, right? You go and find a job, 2 jobs. You work from this to that. And try to help yourself here and also help back home. And then the child would be struggling in a school, and you don't know. By the time this child is not attending school and is skipping classes, and there is that gap of, even the language, because the children also come and pick up the language very fast. When I came here, I don't talk much like this in English. I didn't know much English. So the children would know more than you.
Yeah.
And then there is a lack of communication. You don't know what is going on. When you go to a parent teacher, they will tell you, the child may be absent or coming late, but you don't know. By the time you know, there is a problem.
Yeah, it's too late to...
Yeah, it's too late.
Yeah.
and the child would be associated with, a wrong group, and then run into problem, and that's what happened. Now, we have Freedom International School.
Yeah.
I'm one of the support teacher here. You get one-to-one with those who are struggling until we bring them to the level that they would be, be able to read by themselves and support themselves, and then just go and follow up every day and even at home. And I'm also a liaison between the school and the community.
Parents and the
So if there is something here, right away we connect with the parent and tell them there is this and there is this need. While for us at that time, we are working so hard, to support back home and support here, and we don't know what is going on. So that's one thing I learned, and I want to share it with the parents. Those who I know, I talk to them. Please, one parent would work hard, and one parent see the kids and also connect more with the school, so the communication would be there.
This is amazing what you're describing, because you've explained there's this huge gap.
Yes.
A huge gap in the education system where you have families coming seeking peace, coming with hope in their hearts that they're coming to a safe place for their families, but it doesn't remove the fact that they have to work extremely hard to set up life here, to get what's necessary for life here, but also to support family back home. They have a lot on their minds, plus whatever they came from. And then you have this place that you drop your kids off, and you're just hopeful they're gonna get that thing that they're supposed to get here. They're gonna get an education, and they're gonna get a leg up in society. But more often than not, from what you're describing, especially immigrant or newcomer children and youth, they are targeted.
Yes.
Because they're in a vulnerable position, because their parents are lacking language, or they're not able to physically be there all the time because they're working so hard. So I love that you feel that Freedom School is meeting that need, and that you are a part of the solution. You are the face in a lot of ways of Freedom School to the parents. And you don't wait till parent-teacher. You go to their homes quite often, dropping off food, saying hello, and you tell them this is how your kids are doing. And you're checking in with them and seeing how they're doing, and that's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's one thing also, because we are also tribals and different countries.
Yeah.
We now look for an interpreter to help. If that language we don't speak, we seek, so we can have understanding of what is going on here and what is the need, so it can be addressed while it's not grow, out of hand.
That's so important.
Yeah.
Language and understanding, making sure that the other person's not at a disadvantage, because there can be an assumption and an arrogance that just because someone doesn't speak English that they don't have a high level of understanding, and that is so arrogant. It's quite racist as well. It's fueled by racism as well, seeing superiority. And I love that also from the beginning, because Freedom International School is a young school. It's in its 4th year, right? But from the beginning, I know that that's been a huge part of Freedom International Schools. We're not going to allow language to be a barrier for why parents feel like they can or cannot engage with us as teachers or with the school. That's amazing.
Thank you. The other thing also I want to add is that, and it was a topic, one of the topic today, is about the trauma. Even just to be uprooted from your original place and going to a newer place is a trauma itself.
It is.
And leave alone when you are coming from the war-torn country and a lot of things being seen or a lot of things being heard, because trauma, it doesn't mean you have to see what's happening. Even to hear it or see it in the TV could traumatize you.
Yeah.
And that's a real fact that need to be addressed and need to be acknowledged in an early stage, or even people can come here with a lot of trauma.
Yeah.
And if you address it in a school and be sensitive about that, about this child, about this student, to know the background and deal with this student according to the level it's in and according to the need and the trauma it's in, you will be really doing a great job to help this young person to be a great person in the future.
To see the person before you, and to treat them as not just as you want to be treated, as they need to be treated in that moment. And to I want to go to a comment that you made outside that I thought was really important and felt needed to be shared on the stage. You were talking about how families come here. The system as it's set up is like a drain, right? It sucks down. It's like a little wormhole that sucks the youth that come into us. They put them in a difficult position, and unless they fight or have something working against it, you know, it's sucking them towards a certain space. So this is kind of the system that's set up here. And when kids come, and if they get caught up in that system, they're painted as the problem.
Yes.
So you said that there was a conversation back in 2015, 2016, where people were saying, you can finish that thought.
You know, I know I'm very connected, and also because of that, because of the situation we are in as a newcomers and as immigrant and young mothers who came with young children. And some of them, you might come with a child that not really a child and is just almost a teenager, and become a teenager is a great shock. With all the challenges. It's hard. It's hard to deal with a situation unless you have a rescue place like Freedom International School where you feel home, where you feel understanding, where you feel listened to. It's not necessary to, you know, to have everything, but just to listen and figure out what would be the solution, how you would help this student. That's important. So I went through a lot with my kids and my siblings, because I also sponsor my siblings. And unfortunately, because of that, even sometimes you would say, I came here for a peace, right? But when you run into a lot of challenges, you will wonder where is that peace is. Because our aim is to bring children here so they would have a better future, they would have education, and that's the key. That's why we came to this country, and then also to contribute to the society. You want, if you are not helping yourself, then you won't be able to contribute to this great society. But if you help yourself or educate yourself, then you will be a part of the society, the building of this country. But unfortunately, a lot of our kids are not there.
Amazing point. Thank you for framing it in that way. Thank you for giving that context. But it's sad that individuals who don't find purpose in contributing to society in that way are treated as the problem instead of people who are being affected by the problem, right?
Yes. Now I remember what I share with you. Like, those years, 2014, 2010, you know, it was very hard in Winnipeg here, and we lost some children in this city, as young as 14. And that was a disaster for us.
To gang violence specifically?
Yes. And we didn't know what is going on. The assumption was even we were seeing the police like not helping, you know, because there is no understanding there. And our children were so like they are the problem. While these children, yes, they are coming from war-torn country, but they don't, they might not even see how it looks like.
They didn't have guns.
Or
They weren't
cocaine look
holding
like,
guns.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but they were, labels.
Yeah.
I would say like that. They were labeled like they are the problem, they are the bad kids, but for me as a mother, not just I'm very strict mom. I don't say yeah because I love my son or my daughter. I just no. I'm just on the point. So we don't. That's why I say we were like kind of sad that our children are become into that kind of situation.
Yeah.
But
And
they
not
are
getting the help they need because
Yeah.
it's saying, oh, well, they're just being who they are. They're
there
just
were no
doing what
help
they-
at all. And I cannot say at all, but there were no help that we expect that the children would find.
How did that change? So you're describing a specific kind of 10-year period, and now we're in another period of time?
There is a great change. I see, number one, we have many centers and we have many immigrants and centers that's help now, like AirCom, Need Center, and with the school specifically, we have Freedom International School, where the children, even their English is very low. You bring your child here, will find help one-to-one. They will be scored to the level that it needed, and could graduate from here. And then in a few years, you see, a young lady or a young man. That's you see what you want to see. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I love your hope. 20 years later, you are full of hope and excitement. And I want to ask you, Elizabeth, what is your hope? Your family's grown now. You've been here 20 years. So the little ones that were little have little ones now. So what is your hope for your family, but for families in general, looking forward, looking towards the future, knowing that Freedom International School exists, but that things are also changing in this city for the better? What's your hope?
First of all, we learn from mistake. That's one for us, our community, women in my community. We form an organization called Manitoba Women for Women of South Sudan.
Okay.
And that is just the name, but it's more about all the other communities are involved. And the purpose for that is to find a way how to found it ourselves here, because we are not going back home soon, right? Or we might not even go back home. This is our home.
Yeah.
We have to find ourselves. We have to find a healthy way to integrate to the society and be a part of this society and build and have a foundation and prosper. So that's one. Also, the other aspect I would say, if you are a newcomer, you are, or someone who just came and have children that their English, because not everybody come here, their English are low. There are some countries come with good English, and some countries have very low English. Then you bring them to Freedom International School and be involved, be a part of community, be a part of a group that is doing something positive. Freedom International School, and I talked to Miss Weep, Francine. I told her, this is a blessing, and this is a God work. It should not just be in Winnipeg. It should be in other
Should be
province.
international.
It should be international, because I know I go other province in Canada. They need Freedom International School. You see, to help the newcomers, to help anybody, even Canadian. There are Canadian who are,
exactly. It's not just language, it's community.
Yeah,
There are
it's
other
a community.
issues.
Yeah, and also be a part of any organization that is working to improve itself, to improve the community. So that's what I would add.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for sharing. Can we just give a round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for having me.
Rachel and Elizabeth, thank you for sharing your stories and for having such a heartfelt conversation with one another. I want to introduce Principal Vin up next. Principal Vin arrived with his family from Vietnam to Canada as a refugee in November of 1979. As a newcomer, he started in the school system in grade 3 in a small town where his family was sponsored before completing post-secondary learning at the University of Manitoba with a Bachelor of Education. He also has a Master's of Arts in Leadership from Trinity Western University. He is currently in his 4th year of service as the principal of Gordon Bell High School. Previously, he served for 11 years as a principal of Hugh John Macdonald School, and he started teaching in 1993 at General Wolfe School, Shaughnessy Park, and was a teacher and vice principal at Gordon Bell High School. His passion for service and leadership is reflected in his work as a returning officer for the Minto Electoral Division and board member with a number of nonprofit organizations such as Living Bible Explorers, Mennonite Central Committee of Manitoba, the Premier's Advisory Council on Education, Poverty, and Citizenship, the City of Winnipeg Waste and Diversion Advisory Committee, and United Way Cabinet. In 2002, he and his wife relocated to the Winnipeg's West End with its majestic canopy of trees, where he currently resides with his wife and 3 children. Together as a family, they enjoy living in a community with a diversity of people groups, experiences, and places in their neighborhood, especially when they're touring on their tandem bikes with one another. So let's welcome Principal Vin.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. We're good. I'm just honored, delighted for the opportunity to come and share with you my perspective in terms of the work that we do together here in the West End. You've heard from my introductions that I am what you would call an old newcomer, right? Your invitation is most timely because this is actually my 42nd year here in Canada. Yeah. So actually my first time in Manitoba was actually here in Winnipeg, and we actually stayed at the Balmoral Hotel, not too far from here. And so we did spend 13 years out in the Westman area, but pretty well, I'm pretty well Winnipegger and West Ender. And so as I enter my 29th year of serving in the inner city in the West End, I count it a privilege to be standing with you. A best way to describe me, I want to address the students on the stage here, is that I'm actually a bench warmer. Okay? What do you mean by that? I mean this is that I hold the seat with a light hand, knowing that I have much work to do to prepare the way so that I can take myself out of that seat so that one day you too will be able to sit in a position of influence and decision making for the next generation. I do this in recognition that we belong to each other. And so let me begin to this first slide. You'll see here upon entry to Gordon Bell High School, written on the indigenous language of this land, 3 guiding values. I would propose to you that it's not only for Gordon Bell, but for those of us who reside on Treaty 1 land. And it is kinship, wakotuan, generosity in the language Michif, bunku, and reconciliation, maninoka chikewen. I probably didn't say that as well in those 3 languages, but I make an honest effort. And that is what it means to be deeply invested in the work of reconciliation. I want to make some preface here. As a follower of Jesus, serving in the public sphere, I'm very mindful to state to you that in terms of matter of faith, I see faith as not as much as private as it is deeply personal. And that as I work in the public sphere, who I am as a son of God guides me in this work. So, in this public facade here, what underpins philosophy, and more importantly, faith, allows me to lead in this way? So, Can you advance to the next slide? I'm trying to make sure. Oh. There we go. Jeremiah 29:5-7. I would say that as I'm listening to Grandmother Elizabeth, I hear my own parents. I hear my own parents' voice through her. And their voices reflect the hope and the aspirations of our grandparents and our forebears who came here with so much hope and optimism. And this particular set of verses here capture that hope and optimism really well. We are called to build houses and settle down, plant gardens, eat what they produce, marry and have sons and daughters, find wives for your sons and give your daughters in marriage so that they too may have sons and daughters. Increase in numbers there, do not decrease. Also, seek the peace and prosperity of the city to which I have carried you into exile. Pray to the Lord for it, because if it prosper, you too will prosper. As we on Treaty 1 land here, we did not have anything to do with what had gone on before that had fractured the relationship on this land. But as newcomers to this land, we have the privileges of the tremendous blessing of this land, but also the responsibility that comes with contributing to right relationship and reconciliation. So as we do this work, I'm very mindful that I'm going to speak to you as a practitioner here, okay? I'm not much a theoretical as much as I'm a practitioner. That's what you get when you work for 29 years in the West End and in the city. If you ever want to find Vin on an average school day, all you got to do is go to the Tim Hortons in Maryland, and between Maryland, Tim Hortons, and Gordon Bell, I stand there. And I do so because I call that my Jerusalem Wall concept. And that is, as community leaders, we need to locate ourselves in the places where people gather so that we can assess as to the health and well-being of our community and be prepared to respond. We need to recognize the many risk factors that are out there, especially our young people, but more importantly, what are the protective factors that we need to have in place to ensure that our students and our young people receive the best possible care? So as I'm standing there in the morning and at the end of the day for safe departure, I'm constantly assessing in terms of the state of how our students and young people are doing. And so this infographic here talks about the continuum of incivility. These comes from the symptoms when one has too many risk factors and not enough protective factors. And when you detect that, how do you intervene and come alongside and work with our young people and our families to address it? Same thing with this one as well, the continuum of violence. Elizabeth talked about that. I will tell you that as a teacher back in the early 2000s, where there was a tremendous number of newcomer students from both South Sudan, Afghanistan, who arrived at that time. Yes, the school system was not equipped and was not prepared to respond the way they needed to. But I can assure you this, working in the public sphere in tandem with the private sphere, we need to understand that there's not an either or, it's an and. We work together, that there are places you can go to have the protective factors put in place and to mitigate the risk factors. And we all have a role in that. A grade 10 newcomer student in the Peace Village once made this very telling comment. The world would be a lot better if people asked questions before they started giving answers. We need to get curious. What a beautiful, illuminating, and thoughtful young person who actually posed this question. And I keep this in mind as I do this work. So here's some big ideas here I want to put forward for our consideration. And a number of panels will talk about it. Learning is conversation. The breadth and depth of our conversation rests upon the quality of our questions. Two things are missing from our conversation in our current stage: curiosity and a willingness to ask questions which we don't know the answer to. And finally, the greatest single antidote to unhealthy conflict and violence is sustained conversation. When I see 2 students or 3 or 4 students who are not getting along, I work towards bringing them to the table so that we can facilitate conversation, because in a conversation that we recognize each other's humanity. We've talked about attachment. I hear that. I love it. But let's make sure that we are also evidence-based. So John Bowlby, in his attachment theory, makes this central theme of attachment. and that primary caregivers who are available and responsive to an infant's need allow the child to develop a sense of security. The infant knows that the caregiver is dependable, which creates a secure base for the child to learn and explore the world. And this does not change. It goes into, when you're in the middle years, it goes to high school, and you go to young adolescent. We all need that primary attachment to someone who's further along. Here's the issue. I love Dr. Gordon Neufeld work on attachment, and he's done a number of work with us in our division and across the city and across this land. And he talks about this. When you arrive in this country, you left a village. You literally left a village that came with all the responsibility and all the privileges and all the sunlight and the shadow of it, and you come to this land that is can be very cool and sometimes cold, and doesn't have anywhere near the attachment and relationship that has. What we don't realize until we think about it is that to have healthy community, our young people, the young people, need to have primary attachment to adults in their lives who care deeply about them. So one of the protective questions that I always ask students is, could you give me name of 5 adults in your life to whom you can go to and phone at any time? If those students cannot provide me with the 5 names, I say we have lots of work to do. How would you make sure that those students are able to have those 5 names? Because in this country here, on this land, on Turtle Island, one of the key things is that Dr. Neufeld talked about is skew attachment. And our parents and our grandparents get concerned about this when the primary attachment relationship is between peers. I remember the story once, these young men who I taught as students, he said, before we left, our elder said to us, and before you leave, do not become one of those young people where your pants are so loose it hangs down. Pull them up and stand together. What they were saying is this: do not let unhealthy relationship be corrosive to you, because we know the danger of that. Make sure you surround yourself with people who are further along that journey that cares deeply about you and are prepared to support you in this way. So what does that look like when we talk about primary relationships with those who are adults to us, primary relationship with the secondary relationship with ourselves? So I'm going to bring to you this idea. When we talk about relationship, we don't say it, but let's just put it out there for all of us to know so that we have an understanding of what healthy relationship looks like. First, there is that core. Within the sacred realm or the secular realm, we have different ways of saying it, but the key thing is, what are my beliefs, values, and worldview? And then after that, who am I? The self. Do I matter? Do I have a voice? And do I know how to sound my voice? And then this is the part that most people think about when they talk about relationship to each other. How do we relate to my family, friends, colleagues, and community members in a good way? I would propose to you that you cannot have a healthy relationship with each other unless you have a healthy relationship with self and your core. And we have those 3, then we can have this finally. The environment, the places, creation, land, water, language, and culture, so that you can be able to say, I know where I come from, I know where I'm going, and I know why I'm here. An elder in this land, Dalvina Kicek, who served with me in the Poverty Education Council of the Premier, and she makes this great quote, and she's actually the former spiritual mentor at Shalom Mission. She makes this great comment. Know your story well. Know it until it breaks you. It will change you, your perception, your worldview, and eventually you will make more sense as to why society and culture it is as it is. Your story never began at conception of your birth. It began with your ancestor, your forebear. You can make a deep connection to not only your indigenous story, but to others everywhere. Keep that in mind. Students, young people, know who you are. Shakespeare talks about know thyself. Another gift from Dr. Mon Broken Lake in terms of the circle of courage. For that sense of attachment and relationship to be well done, we always have to have that belong. We talked about that. And then once you have your belonging, you have mastery and competence, and then independence, and then generosity. And so one thing that is noted on this particular Treaty 1 land is that you cannot have belonging unless you have that generosity, or more specifically, unconditional generosity that evokes that sense of belonging. So keep that in mind. People of faith calls that grace and mercy. Within the academic realm, that's belonging. Another way to look at this, we want you to have straight A's. But for you to have straight A, what does that look like? And it is this. So that's the way of the indigenous way of being. This is the way of the Western world. We want you to have the healthy attachment, the achievement, and then the autonomy, and finally, that sense of altruism. You are children of many worlds. You have to be able to go to your indigenous self because you're displaced indigenous, and then be able to flex to this world that is the Western world as well. There will be discomfort that comes with it, but we know that you have the capacity, and you will need to develop it to navigate these worlds. And this is mentioned a number of times. And Ray Oldenburg, in his The Good Place, makes this point. For you to have healthy sense of self and well-being, you need the 3 places. The first place, our homes. Second place, schools and workplaces. And then third place is anchors of community life and places where we develop a sense of place. It is absolutely crucial that you have these 3 places. If you don't, who can come alongside to be this for you? And we can't have one place being a 3 places, because then it puts so much work and effort and stress on that one place. So when you are at the school, what guides the school work to do? This is where my principal and education side comes through. You need to know that when you're talking about ability grouping and placement and programming learning for you, your school is looking at it this way. It looks at the infrastructure in terms of the schedule, programming, the resources. It looks at the curriculum in terms of what to teach. And it looks at instruction in terms of how to teach. But most importantly, all these things are there to look at how can we ultimately develop the knowledge, skills, and disposition of the students to live a good life. And for that to happen, you need educators and teachers who are healthy themselves and have that understanding. I would say to you that a key part of this work is understanding how we approach, that we are to approach how we relate to each other in a restorative way and not retributive. When things go wrong, we strive to make things better and make sure that we reconcile what was broken. And so a sure way to do this is to see signs of this. When you hear these questions being asked, you know that the particular place you're in and school you're in is approaching it from a restorative place. Not as a blame, you did this and that, but a sense of something's gone wrong here. We're not interested in assigning blame. How can we make things right? Restoratively. So, what are the other protective ways in which we can organize life? You need to know that since 2000, those of us in the school system understood there was significant risk factor in terms of how we organize community life. And so since then, I went from being a teacher to a vice principal, and then I left for 11 years to be principal somewhere and came back to Gordon Bell. We understood that schooling cannot be just 5.5 hours a day. It needs to be extended so that students, especially newcomers, receive the support that they need. And I know that Freedom International School is like-minded and is setting that kind of space for yourself. And that is extend the learning day, extend the learning year. But in addition to that, that is how to, but it has to have an outcome. And the outcome is this, is that you have opportunity for service and giving to your immediate community, to your families, so that you develop the skill and knowledge for the livelihood and the learning you need to live a good life. So here's some truism that I want to put forward to consideration. Celebrating milestone. Learning cannot, I'm trying to make sure that I have this. Learning cannot take place if all the costs are in the present and all the benefits are in the future. It's not helpful you say, oh, you go to school, then you graduate and get a good job. That's too wide of a distance. I know that. So what do we need to do instead? And Freedom International School, and a lot of schools do this. What are your passion and interests and your co-curriculum, whether it's the arts or the music? How can we attend to it? In addition to that, what are the academic bursary and scholarship that you can receive on a regular basis so that you can then launch a post-secondary? And then equally important, meaningful internship and work. How do we ensure that you have those things? So I love this. This is part of who I am as a Chinese and Asian person. The Chinese character in the ancient script in music is very much like medicine. The only difference is that if you look at it, the radical for fire is put on top of music. When you have the music and you're on fire, and I hear you speaking about loving the rap, and what you're saying is you have the passion of the music, the fire lights you, and that brings healing to you as a person and as a human being. And don't forget, and Rex talked about this, athletics. We are all human beings. We need movement. And it's not just competition. All of us can contribute some way. All of us need to participate and care for our health and our body, our mind, spirit. And so you'll recognize this green space. This green space came out of the community coming together and say, look, the children in this and the family and the community in the inner city do not have access to green space. Rather than turning this car dealership on Broadway and Portage to Canada Post, what can we do? What can we do to ensure that we have spaces, the third places where we can gather? How many of you play soccer on this field? How many of you walk around the gardens? How many of you have driven by it? You know what I'm talking about. This is a powerful story of how community and youth voices came together and say, we demand, no, we expect, and we need this, and the decision maker listened to you. I love this picture, service. This young man here finally graduated 2 years ago, and I said goodbye to him when he left for Guelph. But he came to me as a young grade 7 student. He was so young, we said, you know what? You probably would benefit for another year in grade 7. And it was great. Because he needed that. He needed that time to mature. So I want to reassure families here, we're very mindful in terms of age grouping and have the impact it had in the early days. But we're more than prepared to support our students in terms of adjusting the schooling to what our students require. So, let me end with this. You saw this, the 4 elements of relationship, right? That I mentioned this. This is me as a public official working within the secular realm. This is how I'm just saying it. But more importantly, you need to know this as a follower of Jesus and Son of God, serving a public servant. This work here is underlined by this worldview. And this is what I would wish for you. This is what Elizabeth is talking about. Shalom. Shalom, my siblings. Shalom, my young nieces and nephews. May you have peace with God, peace with oneself, peace with each other, and peace with our places. And that is how you have health and well-being for yourself and your family and your community. Shalom.
Thank you, Principal Vin. Boy, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling like I've been hit all day with some wisdom, and my remarks will be pretty brief. And I have to say, the longer I'm here, Miss Francine, I'm really embarrassed that some of those shirts have my picture on it. It's really embarrassing to me because I want a picture of Miss Elizabeth on my shirt. I want a picture of Principal Vin and Douglas on my shirt. So the only way I'm coming back is if I get a picture of all the young people who are now heroes of mine. Okay, is that all right? All right. So because there's so much wisdom in this room, and I just want to close by my remarks by reminding us of a story in the Gospels. It's actually in every one of the Gospels. So it's something people noticed, and all of the gospel writers, they remembered it and they emphasized different details. But the story, it might be familiar to some of us and new to some of us, but Jesus is preaching to thousands of people, and apparently he's been preaching for a while, and the people start to get hungry. And it's interesting because as the folks start to get hungry, the disciples notice, which I think is worth noting because we don't always notice when people are hungry. And the disciples, they see people getting hungry and they come to Jesus and they say to Jesus, Jesus, you need to do something. The people are hungry. But what's interesting is what Jesus does in response. He throws it right back at them and he says, well, then feed the people. And the disciples, I think they're probably like thinking very reasonably, like, where are we going to come up with all that food? Where's the nearest supermarket? We don't have a lot of money. And Jesus says, what do you have? And as the story goes, the disciples say, well, there's a young boy here who's got he's got a lunch, some fish and loaves, and he's willing to share it. And the boy gives his lunch to the disciples. They bring it to Jesus. Jesus adds a little God stuff. Like all of a sudden, everybody eats and there's baskets of food left over. But what I love about the story is that little kid got to be a part of the miracle. The disciples got to be a part of the miracle. For some strange reason, God does not want to change the world without us. And I think it's one of the most beautiful and mysterious things about our faith is maybe it's why Jesus refused to turn the stones into bread. Jesus wants us to be a part of healing this world's pain. And those of us who have been especially wounded, we might have a special role to play because this world has hurt us. And so we have a special sensitivity to those who may have been hurt in the world too. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that a kid steps up to the plate, right? Because I've seen, the prophets say a child will lead them. I've seen the young people in my neighborhood step up to call out injustice. I've seen the Black Lives Matter movement in our country putting a name and face on racial justice. We've seen young people marching for environmental concerns. So all over the place, the young people are rising up. But I got one particular memory. When I was in India, and I was in a really tough place with kids that lived on the street. And every week we would have a big party with these kids. And some of them were 8 years old, 10 years old, and they lived on the streets. They survived from begging and doing what they could to hustle enough money to live. And so these kids, we would get together every Tuesday night, about 100 of them. We'd cook this big old banquet feast. And there was one of the kids that I had gotten pretty close to. In fact, I was trying to talk to Mother Teresa and the nuns and figure out if we could get an adoptive family for him. And so this kid came up to me and he said, it's my birthday. And you could see him start to cry because it was his birthday and no one knew and no one noticed. And so it put me in a little tough spot because we weren't supposed to play favorites. You weren't supposed to get a gift for a kid if you couldn't get 100 gifts, And so I thought, all right, I'm going to get him something small. So I sneak off and it's very hot in India, especially at this moment. So it was like over 100 degrees. Which is a lot of Celsius. I don't know exactly what it was hot, right? So I go in, I get him an ice cream cone, and I pull him aside, and I said, happy birthday. And this kid gets the ice cream. I have no idea how long it had been since he had ice cream, because when he gets it, he's just absolutely stunned. And he's like, and then his impulse is, this is too good to keep for myself. And he yells at all the other kids. And he goes, we've got ice cream! And he brings them all over. And he lines them up. And he says, everybody's going to get a lick. And he goes down the line. He gives each kid a lick of the ice cream. This is before COVID. And then he comes back to me and he gives me a lick of the ice cream. And what that kid knew, impulsively, right, is that this ice cream is too good to keep for myself. And I think why that young kid in this story was so willing to share his lunch is that he knew maybe what it was like to go hungry. And he didn't want to hold on to the gifts of God. And this is a space in Freedom International School where you're not holding on to the gifts of God just for yourself, but you're sharing them with the world. And so my hope is that all of the beautiful love that you've received and that you continue to receive, you will share with a world out there who needs to know that they are loved, just as you're hearing that here. They need to know that they are made in the image of God, because there's a lot in this world that is crushing the good in us, right? It's crushing the whisper that we are beloved and beautiful. So I think it's an incredible thing that Jesus describes the church as that we're to be light in the darkness, right? We're to shine in the darkness. And that image of light in the darkness is one that, as I was growing up, I got a little metaphor from this. My grandfather was a farmer. And so one of the things that we would do is bale hay, right? So we would cut hay bales, big square hay bales, and we would stack them on the back of the trailer. And this one particular day, we were stacking the hay bales up, and then my grandfather and my uncle drove the truck off. And what they didn't notice is that there was so much hay that it was pushing on the tire. And so it began to rub on the tire, and it got hot and hotter and hotter, and it caught on fire, and it's hay, so it's spreading, and they're driving down the highway, and there's fire coming behind them, and people are trying to wave them down, and they're just nodding back. That's how we roll down south, and they're driving along, and then finally they look in the mirror, and they see this fire going behind them, and my uncle's impulse is like, we got to get rid of it, so he's shaking the car, and the hay bales are falling off, and the fire trucks are following them. So anyway, they eventually end up putting the fire out. And my uncle told me that day, this is after they got out of jail. I'm just kidding, they didn't go to jail. But like that day when he got home, he said, it was in the news and everything, and he said, Shane, we caught half of East Tennessee on fire. And I thought, well, I first thought, I'm glad that they were safe and no one got hurt. But then I thought, that is the image of the reign of God, right? That we are to leave a trail of God's love in the world. That people should look at us and see light in the darkness. That we should, as Mother Teresa said, we should leave off the fragrance of Jesus. We should smell like Jesus. We should love like Jesus. And so that's my prayer for this place, right? That everything that's happening in here to set a fire in your bones, to give you vision for the world, that light would flow into the streets of Winnipeg, that it would flow into the streets of the world, and that this place might be a light in the darkness, that we might see more and more people fall in love with God because they see how you love one another. And that's my prayer. I think we're also to be a force for conscience, right? To wake people up with the love that's within them that gets kind of suffocated. We hide behind possessions, all that stuff. Like all of us are born to love and to be loved. And in our city, we began to pass some really bad laws that specifically targeted folks who were homeless. Laws that made it illegal to sleep on the streets. Laws that made it illegal to ask for spare change. One of the laws in our city made it illegal to give out food. So you literally couldn't go get pizzas and take them under a bridge or take them into the park. And so what happened is the whole church began to come together in our city. And we said, this is not right. We can do better. And we had shirts on it that actually said, if Jesus had done the fish and loaves miracle in Philly, he would have gone to jail, right? And we said, we testified before our city officials, and I'll never forget this one Pentecostal woman. She said, God told me to start making homemade casseroles and taking them out to the avenue, and I've been going every week with homemade food, giving it out, and I make good food, she said. So people are lined up, and so the city can't stop me from feeding people. It's what I was made to do. And right after her, a Catholic theologian stood up and said, listen, as Catholics, we don't believe that when we're feeding the homeless, we're just feeding some pitiful poor person. We believe it's sacramental, that we are feeding Jesus. And to say that we cannot feed the homeless is to say that we cannot feed Jesus. And he said it's a violation of our religious freedom, which in our country is an interesting idea that gets abused a lot. But it went all the way to a federal court that said to say that we cannot feed people on our streets is a violation of our religious freedom, that we are made to love and we're made to expose unjust laws and policies. So right now we're working on immigration, that we might do better at welcoming immigrants, because we know when we welcome the foreigner, we are welcoming Jesus, right? When we show hospitality to the stranger, we are entertaining angels unaware. This is the holiest work that we can do is to show our love manifested especially to those who are most marginalized. And so in the end, Jesus says all of us are going to be gathered before God, and we will be judged. But it's interesting as you read Matthew 25, it's not just a doctrinal test that God gives us. God doesn't just ask us, okay, virgin birth, do you really believe in that or not really believe in that? No, it's not about just the doctrines, but the questions we're going to be asked are, when I was hungry, were you there? When I was in prison, did you come visit me? When I was a stranger, did you welcome me in? Our works do not earn our salvation, but they demonstrate it. And schools like Freedom International are here to see faith work itself out in love, so that we don't just have doctrinal statements, but we have the Word become flesh, and that Word lives in you and me. Amen? Amen. Let me pray for you as we pray that, oh God, your light would fill us, that these can feel like heavy times. And so we pray that we would be love in the midst of hatred, that we would be light in the darkness, we would bring joy in the sadness, we would bring faith where there is despair. We pray that you would live in us. And I pray if anyone listening now or watching online, if they haven't invited you, Christ, to live in them and to love through them, that you would do that in a fresh way, that you would fill us with your love, that we might become your hands and your feet to the world around us. And we do pray that your kingdom would come and your will would be done on earth as it is in heaven, in Winnipeg as it is in heaven. Thank you for your love for us. May we be your love to the world. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen.
Thank you so much, Shane. Not only do you have powerful words that just warm my heart, your voice is just great. I love it. Thank you. So now, for the moment you've all been waiting for, I'm sure, the raffle prize winner is... Can I get a drum roll? A little bit, yeah? Okay. Helen Shetler. Congratulations. Amazing. Okay, you have just won a $250 gift card to Feast Cafe Bistro. Girl, you lucky. Yes. Way to go. Thank you to everyone. I've appreciated so much being in your presence, being in this community, listening to your stories, being a part of those stories and these memories. And I'm so excited to get on the ground and keep up this work. Because this is not just today. This conversation doesn't just stop here today. It continues on in your hearts, with each other, online, and in the community, okay? So don't think this was a one-off event. Keep it going. Keep it up. This is all we gotta do. Now I'm gonna pass it on to Francine to close off the day. Officially.
Sanitation. Wow. Biggie, thank you so much. Let's give her one more massive round of applause. What an amazing day we've had. Fantastic MC. Whew. I just want to finish up with some thank yous because we've had an amazing team that's come together. Panelists, you blew me away. I'm very, very grateful for all the words you got to share with us. We're leaving very full, not just with lunch, but with our hearts. We're just, wow. I would love to come back again and continue that conversation. And let's give our panelists a big round of applause. What about our facilitator, Bonnie? Wow, thank you so much. And our other guests, Principal Vin, Elizabeth, Rachel, thank you so much for sharing your stories and your wisdom. Until today, I had no idea what it would take to live stream and get the sound and the streaming and the camera work done. So I know we thanked them earlier, but they've been working for since Monday. What day is today? Thursday. So 4 days on this. It's amazing. So you know what? All the noise you've made, let's triple it for our sound and lighting and camera people. Thank you. Freedom students, wow, you got here at 6:30 in the morning and you're still here, you're still like energized. Thank you. Woo! Just as Principal Vin mentioned, I'm going to echo it. I am looking forward to the day that you're on the panel. You're the ones behind this mic, and you're the ones sharing your wisdom and life story with the next generation. So I'm looking forward to that. As we close up now, remember, check out our coffee sales and our t-shirts. We have a few still in stock, so stock up for the winter, Christmas presents, all that kind of stuff. And we're looking forward to seeing who's online that's wanting to join us, whoever's watching us virtually, whoever's in this building right now. If you want to be part of the next step, creating an action plan, working with Bonnie, the amazing Bonnie, to create a path forward, connect with us, and we'll let you know when that's happening in January. So I'm just going to pray, and then we'll be dismissed. So God, thank you so much for this 3 days of amazing, one big worship party for 3 days where we're worshiping, we're loving each other, and we're learning. And we thank you for these 3 days, and we're not going to stop it, we promise. We're going to continue it on for the rest of our days. Bless everyone that contributed, everyone that participated. And I just pray that you will call us deep down in the deepest part of our hearts, that if we're supposed to be part of this journey, you will give us the words to speak and the way to make it heard. So thank you, God, for this amazing team. Bless everyone and help us to, keep loving one another. We pray this in your name. Amen. Students, before you leave, if you could make sure our space up in the balcony and our classroom space, we've picked up and we've left everything as clean as possible. We will resume classes tomorrow. It's Friday. So we'll have assembly regular time, 8:45 here. And before you leave, make sure you touch base with Mr. Tim, let him know you're gone, and then you can head home. Get a good night's sleep. We'll see you in the morning. Everyone else, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye now.